Hey everybody. Okay, let's get everyone on screen. Whoa, whoa.
Hold on, can you guys hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Shit, hold on.
Whoa. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
I can hear you guys.
Great.
New year, same garbage music.
No choice. You know how much I always want to please you all, but I want to, but there are forces arrayed against me, keeping me from changing this music.
Some might just come and kidnap you and take you back to their.
They might. Okay. Let's
sorry. People were DMing me and stuff telling me that, like, you know, there's fighting going on somewhere near the capital in Venezuela right now.
Okay.
Posted one video from Visegrad. It could be a small engagement. Who knows what the hell it is?
Yeah.
Hey guys,
the AI.
Could be AI. You never know at this point, you know?
It's a depressing world where we're going to have to always ask that. I was just thinking about that today for some sort of military action as well. Like, oh man, like what if it's come down it's AI? It's just a question you have to ask every single time now.
Is that really depressing? Is that really? I don't think so. I think it's. Oh, go ahead, Jeb. I'm sorry.
No, I agree. I think now people actually have to engage more with what they're reading than just looking.
You think that's going to happen? You're way more.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know.
No, I mean,
the people who
without a doubt a white
do
pill
aren't worrying about it.
Well, so here's the thing, right?
If it's AI in the first place.
There's this weird thing where if you're a millennial right now, or like Gen Z, you know, if you're a millennial or younger, you lived in a world for most of your life where you had free access to information without having to go to a library of published books and like a Rolodex, right? Like, or getting the, you know, somewhat government approved, you know, major media publications that have access to the White House. So they only say things that the intelligence community, you know, believes is not too far out of line. Or you read National Esquire or some crazy magazine that talks about aliens or something, right? So you've lived in a world as a millennial or Gen Z where like you can go Google shit, right? Where you can go find forums where people might post videos and stuff. So it's like this AI is really just a return to like the mystery of what's going on to where you need to like go do work. Like there was this small period of time, right? Where like you had access to more information than you did controlled misinformation. And we're kind of just going back to a period of time where if you really want to know what's going on, you actually have to put in the work to do it. And I also don't think we're too many years away, probably not even years away from some other AI working fairly well at detecting what is or isn't AI and being like a standard part of Instagram or a standard part of like X, whereas like, you know, you post a video and then like, boom, immediately within 10 seconds, like we rate this as highly AI on the bottom corner. Like that's what, maybe months away.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where
so I don't really see it as a black pill.
Yeah, no, I don't either. I think sure in the transition period, there's a lot of people who aren't going to engage and they're just going to share AI thing. And then they're going to look like an idiot when everybody realizes it's AI. And they're going to, over time, people will get so tired of getting duped by AI that eventually they will just be forced to be like, I'm either not going to engage with this shit at all, or I'm going to double check, you know, and I'm going to have to find, now that I know I have to double check, I'm going to have to find ways to double check that I find satisfactory, or at least force them to think a little bit more about, well, what makes a better double check than a video? And was video all that great of evidence to begin with? Because how many times have we been duped by real video at the wrong angle or real video? And it starts to teach people that, oh, maybe video this whole time wasn't the Bible. Maybe there was always a need to check other angles of information and other avenues of information.
Yeah,
right now I'm switching sides. I'm kind of with Corey. I'm switching sides now. I'm with Corey on this. Most people are not going to do that due diligence.
Exactly.
Nevertheless,
no, but I think
I still stand by what I said.
Yeah, I think the people that won't do the due diligence will get so tired of getting bullied for buying into AI shit that they'll just stop engaging in shit that they don't want to do.
No, they
I don't know that.
You don't see that on Facebook, at least from
exactly what I was gonna say.
No, we're in the transition.
Same old people that duped.
Yeah, but how many?
How many people since the beginning of Facebook?
How many people do you talk to outside of AI who are like, dude, I saw on Facebook that Kamala said that you can't say Merry Christmas anymore. And you're like, that's not fucking true. And they look it up and they're like, oh shit. Well, I mean, nevertheless,
I know 50
and they like continue in their fucking like.
Yeah.
That's still how they gain information. They're just like, okay, well, that wasn't true.
Who do you? I hear this shit about like I see on the internet old people that are like super gigatarded when it comes to being able to discern AI, but like maybe I'm privileged or something that like my family isn't full of a bunch of retards or something because like that doesn't exist anywhere in my family. Like everyone in my family seems pretty good at being like seem fine.
Scott, you've got your amazing. Scott, you've got that amazing socialist grandma that you haven't introduced me to yet, right? So she seems pretty smart. She's a smart cookie. So
I agree. Man. Like
my professor grandmother has always been, but she's different, okay? Because she's always had like the young generation in her classrooms, right? Like she's connected to the younger generation in the way that most older people aren't. Like I find that most professors are retarded, to be fair, but I also think that they're more connected with the younger generations because they regularly interact with like what their writing is, what their opinions are, what new slang they have, potentially what media to a small degree they consume.
But a lot of my casual circle that aren't like that, they are very much like, yeah, I can't keep track of any of the shit, so I really don't like push my opinions on it that much. Now, where I think that's changed lately is you have a whole cabal of people out in the public telling you you're evil if you don't pay attention to politics and you're privileged and you're a racist and all this stuff because, you get to not do it. But it's like, even my black friends who aren't that well off are like, yeah, no, I also don't know what's going on and I don't really have an opinion on it because I just don't have time to. So that doesn't really speak to me. So like, that's where it's coming from, where I'm like, a lot of people, all those people that are out of engagement.
Yeah, but
I mean, like nobody really bullies people into paying attention to politics. What they do is they bully people into having the right vogue political opinions.
Yeah.
Right. Like there's none of these people that are like, oh, you don't pay attention to politics, that's wrong. Are like, so for Christmas, I bought you a fucking, the full volume set of the Rise and Fall of the Roman Empire so that you can be, more aware of how nations fall. No, they're like, say the phrase.
Yeah,
say the words.
The only people I've seen
say your pronouns or some
after
shit.
Getting bullied
or like pick up a news article. I think some people operate that way.
Kind of. I think the only people I've seen
that is. I feel like that's kind of the same thing though, right? Because I mean, like, if you're getting your news from major news media, you're a fucking retard, right? Like, if you think Wall Street Journal or New York Times are giving you like good info, like, you're dumb.
Gibbs.
I guess I know I'm dumb.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I feel like
probably,
the prime example of this. Like, it's so predictable, like how people are gonna react to any given source now. That, like, I'll just make a claim at this point when I come on, especially this panel now, because it's
what is going on with your camera? It's like a fish.
We've been asking that for months.
No, not fisheye. That's
there's some weird.
It's an aspect ratio thing.
I'll worry about it in a minute. I don't
fucking freak.
Listen, it works good.
My bad. I fucked you up. My bad.
It's the Ozempic lens is what that is.
Yeah, the Ozempic lens. Literally last
like those mirrors in stores that slim you down.
I feel like at this point, like especially on these panels, I like just know that like if I make a claim, even if I have like tons of evidence, it doesn't matter. Someone's going to go
evidence.
I'm going to fucking crash out again.
Hold on.
I'm going to disconnect and reconnect.
I already know people are going to start freaking out. This happens every time. Every time.
It happens every time I quote a tweet.
No, I make one statement and I can't even get to the second part. The second part's the part I'm going to get really mad
because it's so retarded. We have to stop there.
Let's let Gibbs do it.
Listen, no offense, Hunter. Like, listen, if we were talking about retarded statements needed to be interrupted every time you open your mouth ever to talk on any panel, you would have been interrupted.
No offense.
Now we're talking. Hold on, no offense, but we're not doing that. So what we're going to do now is every time I make a statement, knowing this, the first statement is going to be interrupted. We can't get to the second part, and so so what I've started doing is I've just played into it because I'll send somebody like Lactoid if it's a thing I know I want to really get into and just see the explosion. I'll send someone like Lactoid or other people who I know will be on the panel the actual sources, and then I'll come in here and I'll post the triggering source, and I know y'all just go and like whatever. And so when y'all sit here and go,
Dude,
oh AI,
that's
hold on,
awesome.
I'm not done. I know when I sit here and talk about AI and y'all talk about AI, y'all are doing the exact same thing to people with the AI that brain go. That nobody can understand anymore in a blur, right? Anymore. Nobody. And so when we sit here and give you the AI, y'all go, oh God, and you didn't fact check, you didn't fact check. It doesn't matter we fact check. Y'all go, there was no fraud in Somalian fraud, and then I go, well, there's 80 convictions. You're like, what's the source? And I'll post like Benny Johnson as a troll, and you're like, oh God, it's Benny. But if you just go to the actual US government website, they have the exact same info. And you're like, Gibbs, you do the work. No, I made the claim and I provided a source. You didn't like the source. You provide better sources. Or how about just stop playing source bullshit games and crying every time? That's a better idea.
All right. Like Gibbs, you're right. I concede. You baited me into me thinking that you're a retard, and everyone thought that you were a retard, and you are the real mastermind because everyone thinks that you're retarded.
It is the mastermind. That's good.
It's smart.
Listen,
it's smart. It's a smart ploy. I don't know what the end game is. To me, it feels like the end game is just everyone thinks that you're retarded, but I can't understand the 40 chess that you're playing.
Time. Well, it's because y'all think y'all are like, this is the problem. This is the big problem why they even voted for Madani, in my opinion. Listen, all these uppity, educated, Ivy League fucks, and then their midwit brethren have all gotten into power and for a long time. And now they're mad that the power swings the other way. And guys that are working in the oil field in Texas are making more money than you fucks that spend all this money on your degree and don't have two pennies to rub together. That's what's happening. AI has changed the game. Sucks to suck for y'all bitches.
How do you think AI is fueling middle class people? Like, if anything, it's hitting the Silicon Valley like tech millionaires.
Well,
are you serious right now?
That's not necessarily true, but
that's not true. I know thousands of people that are using AI
right now. Hold on,
no. But who is gaining the most amount of money?
Let me explain. Well, you can't.
I don't think finance is a zero-sum game for sure, but like
people are always going to gain the most amount of money because they have the most, assets to begin with to invest. But when you talk about like utility in terms of a percentage of their existing assets, right now you're seeing a lot more for the rich because it's in the investment phase. So all the investment is going to rich AI and hardware developers. But over time is
just
where
wait.
You're going to see a lot more like
it's going to happen. I promise, guys. It's
going to
happen.
It's already happening.
What's going to happen?
AI is useful for regular people for everything. Like all sorts of. You can use it to write a script to do stuff for you.
Not regular people. I'm talking about even business owners, but business owners who aren't like giga rich. They have already invested in AI, but obviously you don't get return on the investment immediately. It happens over time. And a lot of them, it is helpful. They don't have to hire as many people. They can do more complex operations with their existing staff. Like it's going to help a lot of small businesses scale to mid-size at least.
I understand. Just to be clear, the only argument that I'm saying is one, AI, we are all banking on AI success right now when we don't know the regulations that are going to occur. And we don't know, there might be some very, it might be a little bit logarithmic, the growth, if that makes sense. Like we might be.
No, and I agree. I'm skeptical about the AI bubble, like in a heavy way. I would be considered an AI skeptic, but I think from that small business to mid-sized business, I think that'll be the thing least likely to be hit with regulation because that's just like your local HVAC company can now have an AI dispatcher instead of having to hire somebody.
It's not that they would be hit with regulations; it's that the AI that they would be using would be hit with regulations, so they can't use it anymore.
So I mean, look. Nexus gamers who normally just reviews fucking like PC parts have done like some really, really great work on like tracking down where money is going. They did an entire like hour and a half documentary going to China, looking at the export laws on GPUs, talking to Chinese factories. I would suggest absolutely checking out. They've done great work. Wall Street Journal got mad at them because they had a shit version of like where they went out into the desert and filmed the data center with some sand and then wrote some reporting that they had no idea what they were talking about. Because I mean, it's Wall Street Journal.
Well, yeah, Gamers Nexus did a really good piece on it. I like that.
They've done a lot of really good work on this. What I would say is, obviously nobody knows the future. If you knew the future, there's a whole bunch of philosophical problems with that, right? That being said, right, the Trump administration, acquiring 10% of Intel because he's the most socialist president we've had in our lifetime, as evil as he is in that domain. Acquiring Intel, you have Jensen, donating to Trump's fucking ballroom and being buddy, with this kind of like this circle amount of money that is going in between, Palantir and OpenAI and Microsoft and Intel and Nvidia, kind of just passing the money around. The fact of the matter is two things. We have over $800 billion invested in capital investment in OpenAI alone, and they only have like 20 billion in deliverables, which is the craziest ratio to ever exist in human history.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, what I would say is when you have that much money and the Department of Defense is also investing billions and has 3.4 billion in DoD contracts promised to Intel, where Palantir is working with Nvidia, and then you have the Trump administration coming out and saying that he is going to use the full force of the the Department of Justice, and use his lawyers on any states that attempt regulation of AI, because this needs to be a federally regulated thing. I think most of the people with a brain, with money, are investing in this because even though it is a bubble, it is going to be a government protected bubble with limited regulation. And it is going to be a bubble with billions and billions of tax dollars pumped into it so that we can kill better, killing machines.
That's pretty horrifying, though, right?
I'm pro AI. I'm not pro what's being done with AI.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have a positive or negative opinion on the technology necessarily. I'm just saying when it comes to the vast majority of the benefit going to rich people, I just have a problem with it because, one, it's a little short-sighted, and two, all of the money going to rich people is also largely coming from rich people. So if we're looking at like net balance of rich getting richer, it's not really rich getting richer, poor getting poorer. It's some rich getting richer and some rich getting poorer, and they're probably going to get fucked on their investments. But it's not a lot of poor people like dumping their life savings into AI investment.
The more the government is involved in this, the worse it's going to be for poor people, right? Like anytime the government gets involved in anything, it's going to hurt the poor and the middle class.
There's the fucking
predominantly the middle class. Yeah, well, I'm always right, brother?
True.
Of course, I got to bring in the fact that the government's bad when the government's doing things.
Government is
always bad when it's doing things, right? So the more the government's involved in this, the less likely it is that these corporations, if they are in a bubble, which I think there's obviously a bubble, it's just whether or not the whole industry is a bubble or if it's just malinvestment because nobody knows what they're doing.
Exactly.
But the more the government is involved, the more these businesses are going to be protected from actually failing. And the more it's just going to fuck over the poor and the middle class when it blows up because the government is sucking corporate cock instead of letting businesses fail.
Yeah, but they're like, what, 40% of the S&P 500 right now? If they fail, it's the middle class worker that feels that, right? It's not just some billionaire who.
Because
in your world, in the libertarian world,
completely incorrect.
How so?
What do you mean? How so? You made the claim.
No. I'm saying the tech companies are like, I don't know. I think like 30%, or sorry, AI companies are like 30% of the S&P 500 right now. I don't know the numbers, but it's something really high. That's where a lot of the bubble is. If the government doesn't bail them out, if they fail, everyone who has like a basic 401k gets fucked because they're all relying on the stock market.
It's predominantly the middle class. Yeah.
Right,
that's what he was saying.
If the government doesn't step in. If the government does, then it protects the middle class. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but the problem is created by the government stepping in the first place, right? You have a bubble. I just explained it, right? Like when you have billions, when you have
I can't hear both of you guys. Sorry,
right? When you have Intel, which was getting its teeth kicked in by AMD. And the only reason Intel was still fucking doing well is because it had a lot of government and large corporate contracts. And even then, AMD, with their Threadrippers and some of their server tech and some of their like Epic cards and things like that, was starting to supplant Intel, right? We saw they built the Xbox, they built the PlayStation, they did Netflix's servers, right? And then Big Daddy government says, well, Intel, we need chips, the CHIPS Act, we need a stronger America. So what we're going to do is we're going to acquire 10% of Intel and we're going to put up what we're going to put up is a promise of $3.6 billion in future DoD contracts with Intel. That's not a free market. And so investors go, well, I can invest in AMD, who's getting their ass kicked by NVIDIA in this AI GPU market, and who the government isn't protecting while they're protecting their competitor Intel. Well, obviously that's safe money. If the government owns 10% of this and the government's promising billions in contracts, I'd be an idiot not to get on this boom, because if it busts, the government's going to stop me from losing all my money because I'm an investor in Intel. And it creates a bigger bubble because the government is picking favorites and is basically signaling to the market of capital investment that they're going to protect these businesses if they fail. And so it creates the bubble itself.
For sure. I'm going to largely agree with you in this particular case, but I think that your worldview does not apply to all government subsidies. But in this case, I think AI, I think you are spot on that the government should have their hands off of it.
And let's see what that.
Prime.
We'll just follow my logic through to the other things, and you'll see what's
every
up,
time
brother.
I jump on
it falls apart.
Fabian, can you do the same thing for like ag subsidies now for them so they understand why?
Yeah, he has. I think Prime wants to get to the panel topic.
Yeah. I'm not gonna beat a dead horse. I just, like, people were saying stuff about AI that I'm like, hold on, we got to talk about the links a little better.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's no offense to you, Hunter Kozak, if you're not like a super nerd about like the
AI for Scott is like Elon for
things
Prime.
in that.
No.
I'm an AI supporter, but it's because I want to see it done right.
I'm just saying,
you know,
you want to distract Fabian. Talk about AI.
This is the greatest labor-saving device to ever be invented in human history, and potentially ever will be invented in human history.
People can afford,
and so it's super fucking important that this is done right, and that this isn't controlled as a mechanism to make the rich and powerful more rich and powerful by aggression against people and the market and their liberty to be able to benefit from the greatest labor-saving device in human history.
Yeah. I'm curious, Fabian, like what happens if all of the benefits are as good as they are, as people are hoping for AI, and we basically don't have to work? Do you support a UBI as a libertarian and just say that this is a specific case, or do you say that the market will still be able to handle this?
No, I don't support a UBI. That would be retarded. There's
Okay,
no
so
reason to have a UBI because the market already has a price mechanism. If the whole concept is stupid to add, like if you take a utopian worldview, right, that all of these companies will have their productivity like just skyrocket through the roof, right? Mm-hmm. And then nobody has any like good paying job. Well, then it doesn't matter if they're super productive if they have nothing to sell to people. And so prices go down and so what would happen is that you don't need a UBI because it only costs $25 at the grocery store and your rent is $100. And so you can get like a small creative or artistic or like, you know, craftsman job that could easily pay for all these things. If the argument is this is so great, we need UBI, then economically you just could take the UBI out of it and let the prices fall.
Yeah, right.
It's just an unnecessary extra step.
You look at
assuming that it's utopic in the way.
Yeah.
No, but that was part of the premise that I was handing to you. So.
For sure, I'm just reminding the audience.
No, for sure.
And that premise, if it's as good as it could be, right? Everyone is always going to be outcompeted by someone who will go cheaper. And so if a builder, say for your home, like, okay, now we can build homes with AI and like AI bots all of a sudden, right? Well, am I going to pay a builder to use their AI bots and their AI, or will another company come through that just says, we'll sell you the bot. You can build 3 houses with the bot and the AI, and now you can sell 2 of them and keep one. It's just constant downward price pressure with the productivity. I mean,
and then there'll be some rich dude that wants his fucking deck built by Amish because he like appreciates the minor little
paper,
details.
Right? Just like socialism on paper sounds great, but then in practice,
but capitalism lifted. You know,
capitalism is the only thing that sounds good on paper.
I don't care. Thank you.
Let's talk about kidnapping dictators. Woo!
So before then, hey Scott, did you put any more thought into which movie you want to watch?
Well, I mean, I figured we kind of talk about it like poll wise with everybody, you know, like on stream. Like I you know what? I do have one that I have not yet seen, that could be potentially have like woke elements in it, or could potentially be super good. I would love to like watch and then talk about Sinners.
Okay. I've already seen it.
I haven't
seen it.
It's pretty good. I don't think best movie, but
yeah. So I haven't seen it. I mean, if it's out on some platform that I can access one way or another.
When you say platform and you say access, do you mean access through a fee or access through clicking a button?
What are you, the feds?
He wants
to click a fee and watch. He wants to click a link and watch a movie.
I channel your Chinese ancestors as always, right? I channel their.
Have I got the links for you, Prime? I'll send them after.
Yeah, I mean anything that's on any platform is on the good ones. So
yeah. So anyway, right. If it's something I can access, then sure. I'm sure
we can find something for you.
Yeah. So what I wanted to do, I had sent for everyone else in the on the panel. I sent our friend Scott a message a while ago, and I thought there might be a fun thing that we could do. Maybe because conservatives, right? Gibbs has done this. Lactoid much less so, and definitely Scott. Like we go into our conversations, and movies pop up. And they're talking about like how these movies are an example of Hollywood going too far, or having some sort of a like lefty agenda or like whatever, right? And then being indicative of some sort of shift in the culture and all that. Anyway, like, and obviously you guys aren't the only ones. There's a whole like sub niche of like YouTube like specifically about this, right? And it's difficult to engage, especially because it happens all the time, like in the middle of our regular conversations, right? And like I don't want to like stop the panel to like focus on this thing. And so like I offered to do something with Scott in which we both watch a movie, and like one that is indicative of that sort of milieu. I'm using fancy words now. I'll try it. But indicative.
You sound like one of them woke Netflix writers that make complex conversations.
Yeah, right? And then we just talk about it.
Like people don't talk like this. What are you talking about?
I don't know. But anyway, I wanted to just like have a conversation rather than like debate. Whether this is a good thing, it's a bad thing, right? I'm just like I really want to like understand the conservative perspective here,
right?
Because because
I mean I'm conservative, but Avatar is woke and Avatar fucking rocks, so I don't care.
Hell yeah!
Whoa. Well, hold on, is Avatar woke anymore?
Okay, we can go.
What do you mean it's not woke?
We can go into a whole thing.
See, the thing about Avatar,
there's racism, and
the thing about Avatar is
it's literally Native Americans good. The movie,
yeah.
James Cameron's pretty woke.
Like it is that is
that. And then it's like the humans, even though they lose each film, take over more of the planet. So it's like human supremacy.
But that's not fucking shown as good.
Yeah,
in the same way that like Star Wars,
I think it
isn't pro-death Darth Vader, even though
literally
he largely wins.
No, Palpatine was right. He was the good guy in that. What are you talking about?
It literally says the very powers of existence rail back.
He saved all these people from these pedo Jedi, capturing the kids and holding them hostage and training them in a cult.
Avatar is woke. Avatar is also libertarian, but it's woke and libertarian. That's what I love about it.
How's it? It's libertarian.
I mean, the new one, the guy, very human.
Yeah,
basically, Palpatine literally did like train kids as well.
I don't know how libertarian it is,
but
it's coercion.
He only had to use it fight fire with fire, and it was one kid.
Okay, so no. Sorry. First of all,
Palpatine is a groomer.
We're talking about the extended universe.
Just throwing that out there.
Let's not talk about Disney's shit movies, okay?
Those are other people's kids.
Avatar rocks, okay?
They knew about it.
Palpatine groomed Anakin Skywalker. All right.
Yeah.
Only because the Jedi were grooming him first.
There's not.
Well, I would say Queen Amidala might have been grooming him first, then the Jedi. All right, then Palpatine. All right. Grooming is bad. Anakin is proof. He was triple groomed and became the world's worst threat.
Pro grooming. Holy shit, dude.
I mean, he also got rid of human slavery. No human slavery in Star Wars.
Imagine getting groomed
Wait,
twice.
what are you talking
dying
about?
in
They
a
actually
fire,
did
and
human-
getting
they
tossed
human
back
slavery.
into
Slavery.
the
What the
Slavery.
fuck are you
Pause.
talking about?
Human is real specific if you understand the lore of what
They
he's saying.
did-
Because
but they did
Wookiees were
human slavery.
enslaved, Twi'leks were enslaved,
It's
prisoners
human
were
slavery.
enslaved.
They did human slavery. They did
No,
human
those
slavery. What are
were-
you talking about during the
No,
Empire?
those were political prisoners.
That's still slavery.
I love that.
Okay, whatever.
I love
The
that you can
gulags.
just reframe anything.
The gulags
Those
are not.
political prisoners, bro.
Yeah.
They're not good. As China
They were
says
working.
since 1996, we don't have gulags. We have voluntary vocational training.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because you can
we're-
voluntarily not be a Muslim whenever you want, you know?
Yeah, dude.
The 2%
All
tax.
right.
It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Let's get started.
Well,
But-
I just want
all
to
right,
clarify, or maybe like the goal is to like watch the movie and then like discuss it of like, you know, how woke it is or whatnot, or how whatever it has an agenda.
yes,
what they see as woke and like if if it stands up, I guess.
Yeah, so I want, like I said to our friend Scott, it'd be helpful if I like the movie, if I hate the movie, right? It's like not much I can say about it, right? Oh, I mean, if it's a shit movie, it's a shit movie, Sinners, I think might be a good choice. I don't know if how conservatives feel about it, but I mean, like, it sounds like a good movie, so it's probably a good chance I'll like it.
So,
I mean,
I'm
I
not
was
the
just throwing
authority,
one
but
out
I've
that
seen
could-
it. I
Very
don't know how
racist against Native Americans.
I don't know how woke you can say that movie, but like maybe there is.
Well, I was just saying I didn't know that you specifically wanted me to find like a movie that I wouldn't enjoy watching because it's woke, but that you would enjoy watching. Like that
Well, you
feels like a
can't-
special type of punishment. But I mean, like,
Well,
you know what I mean? But like,
no,
I was just thinking to pick something that like could be like to just pick movies that like are supposedly good. And then like we would like I could talk about potential elements, or I could be like, no, this movie isn't that way.
I did this
Right, like-
video. I did this video on TikTok where I looked at movies that people thought were too woke. Star Wars was a classic example, and then I looked at all of the characters in them, and then compared them against the actual statistics
Non-woke
of.
movie characters.
No, I compared them against the diversity in the real world in America,
Oh.
and it was less diverse. And I just
So-
like consistently, I found it really funny.
Yeah, I think
Here's
it's
the
the
sentence-
it's like the way they're represented, not the proportion, right?
Ew.
Sure, but I think a lot of people complain enough about the
Here's-
proportion that it's worth. I'm only
Sure,
specifically
yeah,
tackling
there are a
that
lot of
part.
Here's the
dumbass
sentence
about
I
this.
said.
Who the
to
fuck
you,
is
and I-
saying that?
Here's
Like
the
talk
sentence
about
I-
Who the
talk
fuck
about-
is saying how? Why are there so many black people in Star Wars now? Who's saying that? I could find tons.
Yeah,
of people
you're like a
saying that.
Reddit meme come to life. Like that's so
Me?
funny. Like
But
yes, you.
so-
I've talked to
Twitter.
Saxiums a lot. He's
Fabian,
not
where
that
were you
bad.
here
This
last
is-
week for this?
all the people on the right wing are like, there's too many blacks in my
Who said
Star
all
Wars.
the people? I'm just saying
Yeah.
I was countering an
He said-
argument
he
I
said
saw a
plenty of
lot.
people.
I say that shit.
The-
By the way, how's my mic? By the way, is that coming through pretty good?
It's
All right,
not
yeah,
a good
it's fine.
mic, but it's
What?
coming through.
Yeah.
Shit,
Uh,
like
it's-
every
it's-
conservative.
it's-
Fine.
I'm gonna keep
It's
getting
like-
closer.
It's like you're
I
a
told you
helicopter
to get a
pilot.
dedicated
But-
mic. I'll send you like cheap.
No, this is a mic. I have to do
Lactoid,
it
do we
this
need to
way.
put, do we need
'cause-
to put up a donation link?
No,
for
but
this?
like
No, I
Wait, hold
just
on.
got this.
also
he
I
can't
Yeah,
afford
I
to
can
use
point to
another
Elon
one.
is
Musk
what I'm
saying
saying
shit
is
like
the
that.
issue.
No, you're
Okay,
right,
I-
Saxiums. People do say that. There's no reason to
I just
deny
got
it.
this. Give me a
It
second.
may be a minority of the
All right.
criticism, but it is
Yeah, yeah,
definitely
yeah.
there's
No,
a,
that's
there's
fair.
a
That's
big
fair.
group that does say that.
Okay, look. All right, so this is what the sentence I sent to our friend Scott in our DM.
Now do
right?
acolyte.
It's possible.
Yeah.
It's possible he put this through an AI to like summarize this for me, so he doesn't have to read. But I don't know. I said you can either hate the movie, suspect that you'll hate the movie, or maybe even like the movie but have large issues with it because of its liberal ideological bent. So you don't have to necessarily hate the movie. But like it honestly, if you don't have a problem with the movie, well then there's not much to talk about, right?
Right.
Yeah.
There could be a
Well, you can talk
discussion.
about how
You
he's
could
wrong
be
about
like
how movies
where
are woke.
exactly
If you
like
can't
what
like a
what
movie,
other
yeah.
movies did wrong that maybe this liberal movie does better. Because there's a lot of movies where I know I'm being indoctrinated to liberal ideals that I don't care because like they did it in a tasteful and transparent way.
That's why I said
Well,
that.
they're
Give
not-
him a
yeah,
third
no,
option.
sometimes
If
you
you
just
like
watch
the
art.
movie.
But also
Like-
sometimes you could just watch a movie and not think
Yeah.
about like, are they trying to indoctrinate? Just watch. the
Well, no,
movie.
there are some like even like I never watch a movie thinking about it, but like there are some where it is super obvious anyway, but
Yeah,
they
that's
do it
just a bad
super.
movie.
They do no. Sometimes
No,
it's good.
no,
They
like
do
you
it
can look
right.
at like
I'll
something
give you-
like
no,
It's a
I'll
Wonderful
give you a
Life or
good
something
example.
like that, which is so
Exactly, yeah.
clearly like communitarian. It's so clearly like about whatever. It's a little anti.
I was gonna say-
owner and stuff like that, and fighting.
But
the
it
I
doesn't-
would say it's
but it doesn't
more so
honor-
like
it's a reasonable argument, and it's not something
Yep.
you can fight against, and it's done integrated into the story well enough where that's part of the story that not a lot of people have issues with.
Yeah. And it's honest.
Yeah,
It's earned- like
I would say,
Avatar is honest, right? That's the reason why it's okay that it's super woke.
I would actually pick a different Avatar as a great example of this.
Sure.
The original Nickelodeon show, Avatar.
Mhm.
The original Nickelodeon show, all 3 seasons, is like very, very well done, very well written. I mean, it's beloved by many millennials because it is like a great story of like, you know, a hero's journey, while at the same time Zuko is like, you know, an entire story of like masculinity and like what it means to grow up an angry teen and deal with trauma and all this stuff. There's great wisdom in it, but also
Uncle Iroh,
like
baby.
like every episode or two, there has to be like some like feminist talking point of like
Well, Sokka's-
women are just as strong as
Yeah.
men. In fact, women are better warriors, and we're so much strong. We can beat you up whenever, and you better learn to not be a misogynist, Sokka. But nobody fucking cares because like the overall theme and narrative and story and structure is very, very well done.
Well, it's also
despite
that
the fact you're
Sokka-
being preached to.
It's also that Sokka is a misogynist, and that it like he's so aggressive that it's worth challenging.
He is
that
like,
idea.
oh, you're a
Like, you don't
girl,
have
you
to-
can't fight. I mean,
Exactly.
he has no
That's
bending
a pretty
ability.
realistic. You know,
Well-
I'm not saying that's everyone, but that's certainly
They do
some.
it
I mean,
the right.
dude
they do
gets
it the
pretty
right
badass
way.
with the boomerang and the sword
Yeah,
at
but
the
hold
end.
on,
all right?
pretty-
Yeah, he is pretty
100%.
Well, yeah,
no
but
one's
he-
saying Sokka's not cool.
Well, no. So
No,
what,
we're gonna do
what they
something
show,
that everybody.
what
The problem isn't like the way it's a good one, right? That's the problem y'all have. It's not that. It's something like when it's a good show and then they shoehorn something in. And
we're talking about what makes it good, though. That's the conversation.
Hold on.
we're
I
having.
understand.
This
I understand that.
fucking
We've had
Zoom
that
option.
conversation. Yeah, it's crazy. But listen, I'll tell you one
You
was
can turn
bad.
that off.
You
Stranger
were the one that
Things-
turned it
I
on.
could. Yeah, I could, but it's learning. It's a learning AI. It learns.
He hasn't learned in months.
I
It
learned
still
in
doesn't-
AI.
Click one button
Hasn't
and
learned
stops
in months.
learning.
I've only
learned
had
in
it.
Fucking camera.
3 to 6 is 6. 1 to 6. Anyway, I was gonna say though, like it's worse when it's like a good show and then they do something egregious. Like Stranger Things always leave a little left, but then the last episode, there's like they're about to go fight the big bad and they're gonna go beat him.
You're
on
about
the
to spoil it. I
guys
don't know
that beat
if
him.
everybody wants
Yeah,
that.
that's just a
Well,
little.
we're not gonna spoil it. Don't worry, but you're gonna get this part spoiled. I'm sorry. Homie's gonna go beat
the
the
I'm not
gay
gonna spoil it, but I am
speech-
gonna spoil it.
I saw,
Yeah,
I saw
I-
me.
he's gonna-
I don't care.
he's gonna beat
The
them because of
gay
the power of
speech is like
gayness.
15 seconds longer than Trump's than the Trump administration's kidnapping of
ridiculous.
Maduro. It took the
Yeah.
the American military less time to get Maduro and extract him than it did for Will to be like, my gay superpowers aren't
Well,
working.
no, well,
Yeah,
I
it
feel
was-
like the
it
issue
was
there is
too
just
much.
bad
Like,
writing
that's too
overall.
much.
Yes,
Powers
hold
of
on.
Versus like the acolyte
Gibbs.
is like
No,
bad
no.
overall kind of.
No,
thing.
Gibbs. I don't think that's the case because I think even an otherwise good piece
was
of
pretty
art
good.
can engage with some of these feminist
Better than
ideals
yours.
and become bad. The thing with that Avatar, Last Airbender did really well was it wasn't the fact that Sokka was pointing out the biological differences between men and women. It was that he was seeing woman as an unovercomable obstacle to being a warrior. And it was pointing out the factual reality that there are other things that can make a woman a better warrior than a guy who is lazy and who writes everyone off and is arrogant. And he became a good warrior because he realized, oh, there are no unovercomable obstacles. So I can't judge that I'm going to whoop someone's ass just by looking at them. I actually have to put in that same effort myself.
Hell
Wait,
yeah.
y'all talking about the
control
little
for
fruity
their
show with the ball
overcoming
kid?
of the
Like it
obstacles.
looks like Caillou. Is that what
Don't
y'all talking
fucking
about?
disrespect Avatar.
Are
You're
you
not
talking
doing
about
that.
Caillou,
You're not
bro?
doing that, Gibbs.
I don't want to
No
be
one's on your
no
side.
Caillou show, bro. I don't care. That's a wonderful show.
But yeah, it's like the
That's-
difference between Brave and Captain Marvel. Like Brave talks about woman is not an unovercomable obstacle, whereas Captain Marvel was like woman is my superpower, and it's
Sure.
you know lame.
I
That's
agree
not
with that.
exactly what that was, but we'll have to.
Well, I haven't
that-
seen Captain
that'd be
Marvel,
a
but I
concept.
do agree that
What
that is
does
what
the
makes
Avatar
a
guy
bad
say
Well, then
about baldness?
you
Like,
shouldn't take their word
baldness
for it
is
then.
power?
But
It was a terrible
so
movie.
Let's we'll have to agree to disagree.
Gibbs,
why don't we
you are a
get started?
fucking perfect rage baiter. I love you.
Why don't we just get started? But thanks, friends, and hopefully we can set that up. I think it'll be a good conversation. All right. Hello, everyone. This is Reverie Roundtable, which we do Mondays, 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got a great group of guests here. Excited about what
Wait,
we'll
Gibbs
get
is
up
here.
to. Indeed. Excited about what we'll get up to. I think it'll be a fun conversation. Hopefully, right? So Consider supporting the channel if you like our conversations so far. Our meandering starts these, and look, it's only taking 40 minutes. Only taking 40 minutes. I think that's a steal. So consider supporting the channel, following the channel, sub to the channel, or use super chats. We'll put your super chat on screen, and we'll stream, and we'll have a conversation about it. It'll be a lot of fun. So consider helping us out that way, if you could be so kind. And if not, I guess that's cool too. All right, so we'll get started. Why don't we do introductions first? Lactoid, start us off.
Hi, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Lactoid TV.
Thank you. Scott.
Yeah, I am Scott Fabian Liberty. You can find me on YouTube and Zitter, Twitter, X, whatever dumb name we're calling it these days. Anarcho-capitalist with an objectivist tinge, we could say. Follow me for debate panels and philosophy discussions and discussion of libertarianism.
Corey.
Yeah, excited to be here. And looking forward to starting off the year on a panel, even despite the bad music. But you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Substack. It's Corey Campbell. Looking forward to it.
Thank you so much, Gibbs.
I'm Admiral Gibbs, your political prophet, because everything I say always comes true.
Okay. Thank you for that, Gibbs. Much appreciated. Let's go to Jebtan.
Yep, Jebtan, conservative. Don't really have any stream. I just do it for the love of the game.
Thank you. And Hunter.
Yeah, Hunter Kozak, going through a rebranding right now because a lot of different reasons. My name was kind of out there already, so drop Staxium, so I'm just Hunter now. I'm a liberal. I'm on TikTok. I make videos on philosophy and logic and housing and all things liberalism. Excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
Sorry, is Hunter Kozak your government?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Huh.
It's already out there, so
everybody knows now.
No, for real.
Yeah, because he killed Charlie Kirk.
Knows his name.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm missing something here, but
Prime. I was the one debating Charlie when he died.
That's
really?
That's the me.
Yeah,
he was literally
asked
asking a question and then had to see all that. So literally, respect to that's a really hard thing to go through, but also that's the meme I'm sticking with. That you killed him.
Yeah, true.
I'm sorry, buddy. I had no idea.
No, it's all good. It happens.
Yeah.
I'm glad I don't have to talk about it every
on the internet.
No. It's not something I whatever. It's like I'm kind of glad that I can be in spaces and not be known as that, but did happen. Pretty crazy.
Yeah.
So everyone sort of knows who I am anyway, so might as well just
that's fair.
Embrace it.
Yeah. Also, is Kozak Ukrainian?
Polish.
Okay.
It was kind of like the borders shifted so much that I think it might be Ukrainian too, but yeah, Polish.
Understood. Okay, thank you so much, friend. And finally, our friend Ali.
What's up? My name's Ali. I go by Sociologic on X. I'm the everyman on these panels, so thanks for having me, Prime.
Okay, yeah, Gibbs, send me that link. But anyway, so I'll read the topic and we'll jump into it. Okay, all right. Okay, there we go.
that was the topic. 'Cause I have ideas.
Fucking hell.
The banner almost has nothing to do with the topic questions. We've come to realize.
Yeah.
It doesn't have.
It fucks up my entire. It fucks up my entire.
Last time we got distracted by the banner.
Cuba. We should
remember
Cuba next. I'll answer that for you.
I think this has everything.
What Cuba out of all of the countries to invade?
Iran.
The cigars, the women, the cars.
Oh,
I
just
want to
for
get
profit.
Puerto Rico right first. If we can get Puerto Rico right first,
Like, why
aren't even that good? Dominicans are better.
Other islands, right?
So
let's just get PR first.
I think I have a spot on banner, but let's just get started. The U.S. has just invaded Venezuela and captured its president. Maduro is now in U.S. custody awaiting trial. The international community has either roundly condemned this action or tepidly chided it. Domestically, many GOP politicians have endorsed the action, while Democrats question its legality. Some people say that this is a violation of Trump's America First agenda. Do you believe that Trump has broken his promises to the American people? Do you think the world should be fearful of additional U.S. interventions? And does international law even mean anything anymore? The big story, from a Western perspective, I guess, any which way, is the frankly stunning capture of Maduro. I just on a personal level, I didn't expect us to be able to do it so cleanly, but we fucking did it. So you got to give him props to that. But then again,
You do not, in fact, have to give props. What's that? What's that drill tweet? You know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. We did also get Hugo Chavez that one time as well. So maybe it's easier than I think. I don't know. Whatever. So we captured him. Taking him in custody. Obviously, this is after like a few months of like bombing fishermen. Narco traffickers. Off the coast of Venezuela, Trump has then said, right, like in a following news conference, that America is going to run Venezuela, right? Very light in the details of what that looks like. Venezuela is now headed by the former vice president, right? So Maduro's vice president is now the president. She started off quite defiant in the face of U.S. aggression, and then she seemed to have moderated herself. So who knows? And Venezuela is a hell of a country, right? It really is. It's a hell of a country, like just on so many levels.
Just laughing. She moderated herself. Maybe we may have had a little bit of help. You know.
Yeah, no, sure, right? Yeah, but yeah. So anyway, Venezuela. Like if Trump is threatening boots on the ground, if that's really what he means, then Venezuela won't be an easy one to subdue. And so this is what's happening now. Around the world, there's been so many different reactions to this. You know, the usual suspects, the ones who are against us, were like, "This is BS," right? And then the ones who are with us, or allies, are all like, "We don't love this, but we want a democratic transition, international law, something, whatever," right? So I just kind of want to have like a whole roundup of that, right? Like our thoughts on the situation. What do you think? How this interacts with Trump's domestic promises to his audience? What do you think this means for the future in terms of the U.S. and international law, right? Does that mean anything anymore? And does this portend additional interventions in other places? So yeah, I said a lot, but let's get started with opening statements. Lactoid.
All right. So to, I guess, better explain my opinion, I'd like to split my opinion into two different parts: the kind of legal aspect of this, which is brought up in the intro, in the prompt, and then my general predisposition towards the military action. So legally speaking, I am of the opinion that it's very, very likely legal. I think it's more likely that it was legal than unlikely by a pretty significant degree. I'm probably sitting over 85% now at this point, maybe even over 90%. I'm pretty convinced that Donald Trump did have the authority to do this, even without consulting Congress first or getting authorization.
Gibbs, we can hear you breathing heavily.
And then so we have that legal aspect, and then there is the kind of ethical question of, okay, well, now that Trump can do it, was it a good thing that he did it?
You're muted, yeah.
I don't know. Was it a good thing that he did it? And I think I'm leaning towards it as time goes on. I'm leaning towards it. I'm becoming more comfortable that it was a good thing. And the reason I'm generally opposed to intervention because I'm concerned about things like blowback. I'm concerned about things like us fucking up, which historically has happened. We've been pretty good at that. But this operation's been pretty crazy. In the course of 3 hours, we took out a president, and we have him in America. We, not killed him. We arrested him and took him back to America, and
And
we
put him in the
we-
Nike Tech, dude. We've been good.
yeah,
to
we
that
put him in
man.
Nike Tech, and we lost nobody. It's okay. We lost nobody. Now there was I think a little bit more than 40 casualties on the other side, which is sad, right? I mean, that's not good. But if to remove a dictator who is in power through undemocratic means, if removing him takes 40 lives, most of which are Cuban security officers that signed up to guard him, I don't know. I think that as far as military operations go, this is kind of as clean as it gets. I'm also more comfortable now that Rubio has walked back some of the more insane statements that were made immediately following the operation. I know Trump said, we're going to go in, we're going to get the fucking oil, we're going to run the country. You know, the shit you don't want to hear immediately after something like this. And then Rubio came out and said, hey, look, guys, we're not going to go in and run the country directly. That's not what we're going to do. We're going to be a little bit more, smart about this. Okay, that's good. That makes me feel a little bit better about this. So, Rubio is making me feel a little bit better about the whole situation. And then they just swore in their vice president, who from all we don't know. I kind of agree with Scott. We don't know exactly what's going on, but she seems to be pretty open to working with the U.S. At least she has said so openly, that she wants to come to some kind of negotiated settlement with the U.S. And I think demanding some kind of oversight, free and fair elections for Venezuela, if we get that, then this will have been a win. Removing a dictatorship, getting free and fair elections for Venezuela at a cost of 40 lives, primarily Cuban security officers guarding the president, guarding the dictator, because that's what Maduro was. I think overall, things are looking good. So I'm generally approve of this, and my mind can be changed if we start fucking shit up, or if whatever courts start ruling against the administration, I can start to shift. But so far, so good.
I've heard, and obviously I don't have any better information than our friend Lactoid, but I've heard it's been 80 people who died on the Venezuelan side, and civilians too, like houses
Maybe
that are
just
bombed. I don't think they were targeted or anything, but I think they still died. But again, I don't have that information. So there, who has kids who are crying in the background?
Those are mine. I'm sorry. I'll mute myself.
Okay. Seriously? I didn't know that.
Of course
I
he
have
does.
2 kids.
I'm always getting blamed for
Just turn your gain down a little bit.
I didn't
I'm
think it was
sorry.
you, Gibbs. No,
I'll
I
mute
didn't think-
myself more.
No,
Look at him. He's vlogging. Of
You've
course
done
he
it.
has
The
kids.
Zoom.
You've done it a bunch. I didn't blame you for the
Zoom.
kids. The breathing heavy, I thought it was you, because let's be honest,
Yeah,
you
fair.
and
Sorry
I
about that.
are the only people here that are fat enough to audibly breathe heavy most of the time. And it's not me.
That's true.
So it's probably you.
I'm
And
sorry, guys.
number two,
No
you've
worries.
done it a lot of times before.
I also got to say,
All
it's
true.
not going to be the fat as the reason I'm going to be breathing heavy. I'm just saying.
All right.
It's that.
That's a contributing factor. You can't deny that.
Okay.
I would
no-
say
no
there are some
variable
other
whatsoever.
contributing factors that probably
Let's-
contribute more.
Let's go to our friend.
He was born with that deviated septum, okay? All right, yeah. So, couple of things. One, situation seems kind of weird right now. A lot of reports of gunfire and different things going on. We don't really know what's happening. Pentagon Pizza Index peaked pretty decently last night or tonight at 6. We have it like double what it usually is. So the situation may be changing as we speak right now, or it could just be typical violence. On the other hand, the General Stock Exchange for Caracas closed, 17% up, right? So the people with money obviously are thinking they're going to make money. So the way that I'm of two minds about this. I'm not. That's not true. I'm not of two minds. I have a fairly center position, which is like, fuck Maduro. You know what I mean? Like, nothing that happens to Maduro could be like bad, right? Like, there's no level of torture or death that could happen to a socialist dictator that like wouldn't make me go to bed better that night. Like, you know, like if I heard horrible things happen to him, like if I heard that the government was like, we got him in a helicopter and we decided to do the South American meme and pushed him out of the helicopter, I would giggle and I'd sleep like a fucking baby. That being said, I do think that there is, I disagree with Lactoid, not necessarily literally per se, in terms of the way the Constitution is often interpreted, right? But I would say that I don't think the founders envisioned, you know, secret wars against other nations that we don't even tell Congress about, much less seek their approval so that we can go get a drug trafficker, you know, quote unquote. Obviously, drug trafficking is a part of this, but I think it's kind of a bullshit. I think everybody knows it's a bullshit cover, right? I mean, the Biden administration, you know, had oh god, now I can't think of his name. You know, that he prosecuted for drug charges that Trump then pardoned. Meanwhile, the Biden administration,
Honduran president.
yeah, I couldn't remember his name. But then at the same time, the Biden administration also charged and then did a prisoner release with, you know, with Maduro's, you know, nephew and nephews, right? Like, so like this has very, very little to do with narco terrorism. This has almost everything to do with the fact that, you know, Venezuela has been supported by Russia and China, you know, is a partner in BRICS for in all but name, that they are, you know, quote unquote smuggling oil to Cuba. You know, that this is about going after our enemies and going after our enemies specifically that are trading oil in the world, not using the US dollar as a reserve currency, which is what most wars in the past 50 years America has been involved in have been because of that. That's why we don't like Iran. That's why we fucking fucked around in Syria. That's why we almost certainly why we did Iraq and Afghanistan to a certain degree, or at least a part of the motivation over and over and over again. You know, anytime someone threatens the US dollar because we need it to be the reserve currency so we can export our inflation, so we can maintain the American global empire, that's the thing. I think it's evil to a certain extent to this we're going to control the government and we're going to bring in oil companies and we're going to, you know, fix their infrastructure, and by the way, we're going to make a bunch of money on it. At the same time, it's like if you look at this purely from like a material conditions perspective, basically anything that happens in Venezuela is going to be better for the Venezuelan people, right? Like we could go in there and like the most evil American empire you can envision is still not going to have regional governors posting TikToks on Christmas saying, look at my Christmas dinner, and they're literally eating plastic food because even the regional governors don't have enough money to go to a fucking restaurant, right? Like Venezuela is fucked. And so we're going to extract a bunch of wealth. The American corporations are going to extract a bunch of wealth. We're going to do, you know, Chicago boys, Reagan administration 2.0 likely. You know, it's probably not going to be great for the American public. It's probably not going to be great for Venezuela. But like their individual lives are probably going to be better. And who gives a fuck what happens to Maduro? He's an evil piece of shit.
Okay, thank you so much, Corey.
Well, yeah, I'll keep it short to get to the open. But you know, I can, let's say, the sentiment that Lactoid expressed in terms of like, you know, let's say, if in fact it leads to good outcomes, which it may very well could, but like, I don't know that that justifies doing what was done in terms of pretty much kidnapping Maduro. Now, like, I can't speak to the legality of it. I guess I'll let the other legal experts take care of that. But let's say, I can grant that Maduro seems like a horrific person, but then if that's the case, you know, again, I'm sort of like speculating. One might think that, you know, the United States could, you know, get some international support to do what they did, as opposed to just doing it unilaterally, or doing it unilaterally and also like somewhat secretly. Because like, if in fact they're a terrible person, then I would assume the international community would largely be on board with like removing this horrible dictator. And so, you know, yeah, I'm a little bit mixed in terms of this scene. As of now, I lean towards this not being an overly good thing. Despite that, there's the potential that it might be good outcomes. I can also get on board with what Scott just outlined of like this might improve the material conditions of people in Venezuela. But I also take issue with the fact of like I don't know how much faith that I put in Marco Rubio's words in terms of the backtracking. Like I don't know why you would ever take anything Rubio says seriously. Oh, now Lactoid's comforted. Rubio has always like pretty much bowed to whoever it is that's in power. If Trump wants to do whatever he wants to do, then he's probably going to find a way to get it done. So I don't know why you would take any words take any words of comfort from Rubio. But you pretty much explicitly answer the questions in the prompt. Do I think that this breaks the promises that Trump made to the American people? I think the answer is yes. Do I think the world should be fearful of additional U.S. interventions? I think, this sends a bad precedent overall. Or, for example, what ground would the U.S. have to stand on if, let's say, China, did something to Taiwan or whatnot? I think that sort of undermines any sort of like moral authority potentially. And yeah, I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much. And let's go. I'm. You know what? I'll say this. I'm excited for what my friend Gibbs is going to say. All right, Gibbs.
I think he should go last. I think he should go last. He's going to have the best and the most to contend with. Really.
So what do you think about that, Gibbs? Okay. All right. Let's go to Jeb Tan.
Yeah, I genuinely struggle to find even a significant bad part of this. I don't, there's no conversation as to whether it's positive or negative in totality to me at all. I struggle to even find a really big bad part of this outside of this like weird mythos that Trump might become the God King of the US forever. When we operate in reality where Trump is over in a couple years, I don't like, even if he has the worst possible political motives, he just wanted the oil. There's a couple angles to contend with here, and I'll rattle up a few. And most of the arguments against this come out of a pure either ignorance or lack of care of the reality of the situation prior to this event. You hear a lot of people being like, "Oh, the videos of people celebrating are in Chile, so they're not. That's not real." Or, "Oh, a couple of the accounts that are celebrating are in Spain, so it's not legit." That tells me you have no fucking clue what state the Venezuelan people were in before this. There was a mass exodus of over 8 million Venezuelans, which is a really significant part of their population, to other countries because of Maduro. This was a failed state. This was like a genuinely like awful, horrible humanitarian situation that everybody largely ignored, because if it's in Latin America, we just say, it's not the Middle East, so it's not going to be too explosive a bad situation, so we ignore it in favor of like the Middle Eastern conflicts that are more sexy to have like a really bold stance on. Latin American conflicts, we just get bored with them. We don't care. They've had dictators there forever, and we just ignore it. There's a lot to unpack. So in the sense of international law, it's not that it doesn't matter, but it's that people need to understand international law is a concept that is still in its infancy. It was built out of an understanding that there was nothing keeping people from operating on different standards across the country, across the world. And once force capability started to get equalized between forces that were on opposite ends of the world, we started to realize we need something here. There is not a strong established international law framework that answers these questions. So far, international law has only applied to people outside of the G5 countries that have veto power in Security Council. And so the idea that international law kind of might say that this is bad doesn't matter, because what did international law do for the Venezuelans when all of the other G5 countries were completely silent? Like nothing happened. They didn't do anything to stop this great evil that happened in Venezuela. So when one of the G5 countries that we've decided just get carte blanche authority on what international law is, decides to take action for whatever reason they want to, I say, cool, whatever. If international law wasn't protecting them, why should international law keep someone from protecting them? It doesn't matter to me at all. As far as other justifications like, oh, well, now they might be a puppet state. We can't trust Rubio and Trump. They might be a puppet state of the U.S. Is it better that they were a puppet state of BRICS? because that's what the case was before. Again, it's a misunderstanding of what the existing scenario was. They were already a puppet state for Russia and China. Now they're a puppet state of the US. And if they're going to be a puppet state of either, why not be the puppet state of the one that the Venezuelan populace overwhelmingly supports over the other? They embraced the idea of becoming a Western puppet state over an Eastern puppet state, as most countries do. So it's like, I don't actually think they will be a puppet state of the US. I think we will eventually transfer power to probably not the lady that Trump was discussing, but the one who the guy Edmundo who won the last election in Venezuela. That's probably who will end up with lasting power. And he will probably trade more openly with Western countries and Eastern countries the way that most Western nations do. They trade with Eastern nations all the time, but they also trade with Western ones. Or they might privatize oil altogether, which obviously I see as a positive thing. Let businesses do what they want to do and let people benefit from that. Either way, I think I struggle to find the big issue. There's a legality issue, but in my opinion, if I agree with Lactoid that it was more than likely legal for Trump to do what he did, but if it wasn't, is that a flaw in what Trump did, or was that a flaw in what is legal? Because Obama, Nixon, JFK, they all got to follow the norm in the U.S. of if it takes less than a couple days, you kind of get to do whatever you want. The one time we're taking away a despot, it becomes a problem. Why was Bosnia not a problem then? Why was Colombia not a problem? Why were all of these different special forces raids not a problem? Just because the UN approved of them? Why do we give a fuck? If the UN gets to be silent on Venezuela, I think the U.S., given the power they have in the UN, gets to say, fuck you guys then. For whatever reason we have, we're going to take this despot away and we're going to make Venezuela great again, or whatever the fuck the justification is. I just don't see a negative outcome out of this. There's no Middle Eastern, Sunni, whatever factions to war over this. It's just if he's out, the other party takes power.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go.
Sorry. I rambled.
No worries. No worries. We aren't unfamiliar with that here. Let's go to our friend Hunter.
You're fucking welcome.
Hi. So, I do agree that the legality issue is maybe not something that we should focus on. But I think that some people are calling this like the 4-hour war or something, and they're saying it's all green flags right now. And I think that we should really be focusing long-term what's going to happen over the next few months in Venezuela and recognize that there's probably going to be a lot of really complex nuances and things can get really, really, really hairy really quickly. Couple issues. Firstly, the VP has given it's a lot of different flags about what specifically we should be doing. She said at one point, there is only one president in this country, and his name is Nicolas Maduro. She said that, I think, yesterday or 2 days ago. But then she's also supported, basically the question is, do we keep her? How do we install the next person? There's two competitors because there's one person who was barred from the election, and there was another person who basically won, but then Maduro just stepped in anyway. Which of those replacements goes in? Do we do a secondary election? Do we ensure that there are U.S. soldiers to ensure that this is a free and fair election? What happens if they get attacked while they're on Venezuela soil? That is probably the biggest issue that we have. If we have boots on the ground, that's one of the reasons why boots on the ground is such a scary thing. What happens if a Venezuelan who's supportive of Maduro, which I do agree that the vast majority aren't, but there still are factions of the government that are supportive of them, mostly because they've been booted by they haven't been booted by Maduro's essential tyranny. What happens if they attack a U.S. soldier on Venezuela soil? Are we now at war with Venezuela? There's a lot of really, really, really sticky situations that we can get ourselves into that I particularly am pretty worried about, a little bit terrified. There's a reason this isn't typical to do, and that's because when we sort of reign sovereignty as a vassal state over a sovereign state, there's a lot of issues that come from this. So I think that there's a lot of problems that can come from this. And I don't see this going well, but if it goes well, I'm happy that I'm wrong. But I just think that 90% of the situations that end up from this are going to be extremely negative for Venezuela and for the US. Although I'm happy to see Maduro gone.
All right. And we'll go to Ali, then Fat Gibbs.
Yeah, well, Jeb, we're gonna get your wish. South America is about to become a lot more sexy. So to answer your questions, it's yes, yes, and no for the three that you sent, and then for the prompt, Jeb, this is the problem with this is the problem that's that you don't see, right? Even before we started the panel, but before the topic, you were like, no, we're gonna invade Iran. Gibbs is all hyped up to invade Greenland and fucking Cuba. He's ready to go to China tomorrow if America's willing. He's willing to do it. So it's just putting us in perpetual wars or potential wars all over the world in a time where we can't afford, rent. So yeah, I think those are going to be the issues. Is that like you guys voted in a guy who promised you no wars? He's going to end all the wars in in 1 day, 100 days, whatever the fuck it may be, and hasn't ended any and started a few. Iran and Israel are ramping up more and more. It's not like they've settled after the quote unquote 6 hour war, 6-day war, or whatever the fuck they want to call it. And I mean, in terms of like international law, yeah, what's to stop any country from doing whatever the fuck they want? Why was Russia wrong? Like if the land was theirs and they wanted it, and America's allowed to do whatever the fuck they want because, well, look, there's a dictator there. Well, I mean, to Lactoid's point, what's his name? I don't what's the guy's name in
Zelensky?
Yeah, Zelensky's a fucking dictator in accordance to Lactoid. So like Russia's not in the wrong at all. Anyone can kind of do anything so long as like they can justify it. And at this point, might just makes right. If you can win, if you can succeed, then it doesn't matter, right? So like, I mean, that's if that's what we're gonna go with, which is why I wanted Gibbs to go last, because I think he's the only one who's honest about this. I think everyone else kind of runs their little cope, talking about legality, talking about, oh, well, he could have done this, and like, no, you can. I've never heard of this. You can just like go and attack someone because they're drug dealers. There were drug dealers on a boat, so now you can invade the country, steal the dictator, the president, whatever the fuck it may be. I mean, I didn't think
Colombia. Well, not a dictator, but
well, to be fair, we weren't on this panel during that time. So right now we have a panel to discuss it. So all this like back talk, like I didn't even know about this shit before. So was it a problem then? I'm sure it was, right? I'm sure if people knew about it, they complained. I'm sure Americans were like, hey, this probably isn't the best thing to do. But like to your point, right now, why don't we just attack Colombia? Why don't we attack Mexico? The cartels, the cartels are bringing in more drugs than anything, right? And they're connected to us. So I mean, that's kind of the issue is what Gibbs is about to say, right? Is that you're coping and saying like, oh, this is going to settle. It's going to stop now. Long term, we're fucked, right? And the whole God King Trump, I mean, if in a couple of years we're in all these perpetual wars, I mean, he's wartime president. Here we go. That is kind of an issue to consider, especially if in the polls right now, when Mark Rubio went up from 4 to 7% or whatever it was, in those same polls, Trump was still at 3% for a third term in 2028. So, I mean, yeah, there's probably a few bad things we could see with this, but I'm excited for Gibbsy's.
Yeah. I mean, on that note, I gotta say, I can only get so erect, and it makes me so fucking happy that this is going down exactly how. In fact, I actually agree with Jeb too. There's actually this is a no-lose scenario for the United States. Like y'all talk about what's happened in 20 years. This is 100% win all the way around. I'll tell you how. First, so it's not just the oil, although I think that's the biggest reason. Maybe the narco terrorism, but like the price of cocaine hasn't changed since the 80s. So I have doubts about that being the real reason. I like maybe the fentanyl, but it's really the ties to China, the ties to Iran. It's this leftist governments and these powers. We want to get rid of leftism in the Western Hemisphere. That's why he's talking about Cuba being next. Cuba's in like tied to them. They've sent death squads there. Hezbollah's got people in Venezuela. He sold them out to Cuba and sold them out to Hezbollah, and he lets his people starve to death. Yeah, I think it's a good thing we took out Maduro. Of course, this bitch is going to come out and try to like sound like she's anti-US, and then really be like, oh God, let me call them up before they come pick my ass up in a helicopter next. Also, I don't think y'all understand how or have talked about how impressive this is. People talk about, they're good at war. The U.S. is good at war. We did something that no other country probably could have done. We went in there, and in less than 3 hours, 30 minutes total fighting, whooped that ass, and took the leader of another country and left while we're listening to Chief Keef. That's what happened. And you know what they did? They said, and then they died. Or they fucking hid like a bunch of bitches. And then y'all go, we're worried that it's going to get real worse if they shoot American soldiers. You know what the KD ratio in a country where they hated us, every single person hated us was? It was 8-5-1. That was 8 killed, 5 injured, 1 dead. That was Afghanistan. Here in Venezuela, most of these people just don't want to get killed by the cartel. If we're going in there and taking out cartel guys at that kind of ratio, or fucking Venezuela socialist commies, they're going to be pretty pumped. Maybe a few of them die, but if we save them long term, great. If we leave them to turn into a cesspool and balkanize, that's also good, because what we'll do is we'll defend our oil interests. And guess what? They'll all kill each other, and they're much less of a threat. There's 1 million different little groups fighting than one big country. And I keep talking about this with Iraq and Libya and Syria. They were about to form a 3-country, 1-state, big power. It's much better that none of them are a state anymore, basically, except for Iraq, who's basically our bitch. And Iran is going up there with a finger up their ass going, oh, God, I hope Israel doesn't send me a photo of my president somewhere again, because they're going to bomb him. Everybody's scared. Everybody's running. This is great. I'm just so excited. I can't wait to see my oil and military company investments go up more than they already have in the last 24 hours. And as for someone earlier in the topic, y'all talked about those 401ks. Stop investing in AI. It's obviously a bubble. You know what you should invest in? The one thing America's been good at for the last
Gold.
401ks
Is it gold?
War.
whooping that ass. It's
Whooping
war.
that ass.
We are the world's arms salesmen. We should be buying weapon stocks.
Whooping
I mean,
that
those
welcome.
underperform
Slapping
S&P
ass,
500 every
titties.
year. But
Yeah, but they go up every year, though.
But yeah,
So-
Jeb. So like, this is kind of what I'm
Better.
saying is like we there's a lot of these people, right? There's a lot of these people within the party. There's a lot of people, right? Trump is one of these people. We're like, yo, listen, we got to start whooping ass. We got to start taking names. We got to start doing it, right? And it's proven that he's done it already, right? We already sent
Russia.
we already sent the ships, the fucking bombs over to Iran. We went down to Venezuela. We're talking Cuba next. He's been talking about Greenland. He's flirted with the 51st state.
Yeah,
of Canada,
okay, the
right?
Greenland
There's a lot
is-
of bullshit that
the
comes.
Greenland is a solidified meme. I have some gripes. with
It's
the
a
internet.
meme given by the U.S. president. Like I
Yeah,
think
how-
that's
Lactoid.
Yeah, I mean,
Lactoid,
Russia
is
means
Yeah, it's
everybody
a
doesn't
meme.
exist.
It's not going to happen.
Is
no.
Greenland
Yeah.
a meme, or do you want
What?
Greenland, Lactoid?
Greenland. I want Greenland.
No,
Thank
there's
you.
Nobody, hold on.
No.
No one's actually going to like go to war over Greenland. The idea
Thank
is
you.
you want to.
Yeah,
You don't
you
have
can
to
go
go
to
to
war
war.
like buy-
Just take it, right?
But
Yeah,
if
we
you
wanna-
would- if
we
you
wanna-
could just buy
No,
it, then it
so
wouldn't be
here-
a
wait.
problem. That's like
Yeah,
that's
here's the
that's
problem.
what-
When it comes to Greenland, like I've actually looked into some of the polling on this. So Greenlanders, by the way, the whole fucking all of Greenland has like, I think just under 60,000 people. I mean, it is a very
Right there.
sparsely populated huge piece of land, very sparsely populated.
So is
'cause it fucking
Canada.
sucks.
Very sparsely populated.
Okay,
Not
Canada
anywhere
has a
near
higher
fucking
population than
less than
Greenland.
60,000 people, and it's currently a sort of autonomous region of Denmark, right?
Mhm.
Greenlanders don't actually really like the Danish. They really don't. And in polling, if you ask the question, do you want to be separate from the Danish? They're like, yeah, fuck the Danes.
And
then
Texas
when
wants
you
to be
ask-
separate from the U.S.
Well, hold on, yeah. But then you ask a follow-up question, right? You ask the follow-up question, what if it meant that you lose the funding that Denmark gives you? Because like 2/3 of their budget or something comes from just like free money given by Denmark. And then their answer shifts, and they're like, well, maybe we got to stick with Denmark. We kind of want the money. These people can be bought. These people are not like particularly. They don't have this huge national pride.
Who? We have to buy them from
We
Denmark.
can or we bribe them to vote for independence, which they can legally do.
Yeah,
according to the
but also-
Constitution.
Yeah,
and then
but
we
we
just
have
take
to
on a new
hold
burden.
on.
We
But, like,
convince
I
them
think
That
that's
they will
also
not be a
different
burden.
thing when you
We
say,
convince
like,
them-
hey, like you'll
we
become
convince them development
American.
will
One
be
second.
more.
Hold on. It's also a different thing to say that like you'll become American, because I think what you also underestimate is how much people around the world dislike us, right? And don't like the
No.
American system. Now,
Well, I think it's
yes,
the
everyone
opposite.
loves
They
the
want
American
the
system.
money. I mean, we're
So,
talking again like
yeah.
less than 60,000 people.
Aesthetically,
No,
It can't
but
cost that much.
What does that money?
But
Hold
they
on, what does that
don't dislike
money
the American
mean, though,
system.
right?
Hold on.
Does
We give a
does
text.
it mean that they have to change their laws, right? Like, is it that like they become like? Do they become more Puerto Rico, or they become more Guam? Right? Do they become more the Virgin?
They can negotiate.
Well, that's a negotiation. That's a negotiation. Whatever is prudent for
we
us to make.
fumbled Puerto Rico. Why wouldn't we fumble Greenland?
We didn't fumble Puerto Rico.
We-
Puerto
yeah,
Rico is
we did
exactly where we
not.
want it.
Puerto Rico fumbled.
No, the Puerto Ricans want it. No.
Yeah, well,
wait, hold on. Are they actually voting for statehood now, or are they still voting for like territorial?
No. What I mean,
Territorial
I think they're at like 60% statehood, but
yeah, I don't.
They're at like
know
60% statehood now.
I
I know before it was
There's a
below
lot of
50.
more white people moving there. A lot of
saying,
Americans
like
buying land
Puerto
there.
Rico is that like Puerto Ricans like they don't have
right on the
because
money,
they're in
57%.
a bit of a limbo, right? They don't
Okay.
have access to like all of American rights. But American Empire does what it wants there. Literally takes a huge portions of their islands for their bases and pollutes it, right? And then
They don't do all that they
American
want,
capital gets to come in, do what it wants, right?
Why does American capital
they
go
have
there?
A very
Why
little
does American capital go there?
Wait, let me
Because the
respond to this.
American government
because
does
of
not
because
get to
of
do
lack
whatever
of
it wants.
because the courts can't actually or then democracy can't actually fight the capitalists there, right?
It's
So
because the
Prime.
American government doesn't get all the power
I'm
they
not
want.
trying to
there.
make
They're very ready to
They
take over
don't have
government.
federal
I'm not making a
taxes. That's
socialist
fine.
argument here.
I know
What I'm
we
saying is-
don't have to go into that, but Prime, when you look at the polling results of Puerto Rico, so Hunter's saying it's like almost 60% statehood now. That's a pretty big increase from like a couple of years ago. My understanding is it's like been less than 50 historically, but now it's kind of now they more than one statehood. Okay, I promise you that second largest group is we want to stay a U.S. territory. The independence percentage is tiny comparison to the other two.
I'm not
No.
talking.
Hold on. I'm making a point. I promise I'm not. So when I'm saying we have Puerto Rico where we want it, it is that the Puerto Ricans would prefer to either be a state or at the second option, continue their current status quo and being a territory of the United States. For
But they don't want
Greenland,
to be independent.
for Greenland,
I didn't say
think-
that, obviously, because that's why you don't understand what I'm talking about.
right. But I'm saying for Greenland, when you're saying, oh, they might not want to be part of America, why? Of course they're going to want to be part of America, either as some kind of autonomous territory. Maybe over time they're going to want to become a state because becoming a state has benefits.
The poor treatment that they
So this is
receive.
what guys
not
understanding.
poor treatment.
I'm talking about like what does that actually mean? So I gave like a range of options in terms of legality. Now
exactly.
you start to address that at the start, Lactoid, right? Yes, there's a spectrum as to like what the legal status could be within America, but like it matters where that lands, right? Because like they can't, like for instance, Puerto Rico can't discharge its debt, right? Like it's going through all these financial crises, but part of that reason is because it's not actually a full state and doesn't have full access to American laws
Bankruptcy,
and financial markets.
it's been horribly financially reckless.
Scott, don't worry, I see you, friend. But it also has like the Jones Act, right, which limits.
That's what I wanted to talk about.
Yeah. So, and I'm sure you'll give us more details on that, right? But the Jones Act is a big issue there. Like all these things like matter. And so when I'm saying, like, I'm not talking about independence because as far as I know, I don't know if there's a big independence movement there either, right? But I'm saying that like
them, though.
like the details of this matter. And so like what do the Greenlands want? What are we offering them? All we keep saying is that we're going to take it from them, right? And
no development. We offer development. No, stop. We offer development.
Those are details we don't have to hash out now.
I'll get it out.
But hold on, everybody's been jumping in when I try to say this. We offer. That's a very simple choice for Greenland. Do you want your salary or do you want to be a business owner? Greenland, if they want to be a business owner, you go America. America will bring development. They will bring favorable business conditions to move to Greenland and run a business, whereas Greenland right now gets their salary. They get Denmark's steady income to keep them.
Wait, who's going to go and run their business? It's going to be Americans that go over there at cheap costs.
That's not a bad thing. American business
for Americans, it's not a bad thing. For the people of Greenland, it is. We're going to lose their fucking
you can just
salary.
buy it. Like, okay, when you're talking about buying it, there's 60,000 people. If you pay everybody $1 billion,
yeah, shut the fuck up, Gibbs.
Do they even want to live in Greenland?
You don't even care about the actual purchase agreement.
When American companies
pay every Greenland citizen a direct check. We've offered to pay
more
them.
money.
I can't hear
Oh,
you.
God.
Yeah, I'm aware, but he interrupted, so I'm going to keep going. When
Okay.
American companies go to other countries, the people in those countries' standards of living always goes up. They get paid more. They get better standard of living. They get better housing. They get better conditions. They get better food. They get better fucking work. They get better cars. Everything gets better for them. And so when American businesses go in there, Greenlanders aren't going to be like, well, I would rather a Greenlander own that business. No, they'll be like, my salary just fucking doubled because someone with actual means came in and started a business to develop my community. And now better housing is being built in my community.
But
And
that's
people
not
are
what that was
moving
the selling point, Jeb. That's not what we offered to them, Jeb. We offered them. No, it's not, Jeb. That's not what we offered. We offered negotiation to directly pay them. So one of the proposals, I don't remember all the different ones,
can do
but
both.
one of the proposals was we offer them $60 billion over 10 years. So every person there gets about $1 million each.
But we'll never
over 10
match
years.
Denmark in that.
So-
We're
Well,
never.
that's better.
That exceeds Denmark. That proposal right there.
That was one of the proposed deals.
Let's go
No,
to our
it
friend
was never an
Scott.
official deal that they could sign and accept. It
Let's
was never
go
an
to our
official
friend
deal.
Scott. Please, Scott.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I stated before Donald Trump got elected, Corey backed me up on this because Corey has the mind of a scientist, which is
I'm
extremely
recording.
good at rote memorization. Not so good on political philosophy, but that's okay. You have your strengths. Back me up on this. I stated in order to understand Trump's presidency, Trump's second term, Trump's vision and goal, you have to recognize that Trump is moving away from America as a world empire and moving towards America as a Western America's empire. And I
I can
think
confirm. You have said that.
I think the conversation about Greenland is a part of this, as well as this concept of we're going to go in, we're going to get rid of Maduro, and we're going to put in a government that is favorable to us in Venezuela, and we're going to recoup our costs from falling apart oil refinery systems that have been destroyed under socialism because Hugo Chavez took control of them and turned them into dilapidated structures that only take out a couple of percentage of the oil that they should be able to take out, etc. And him talking about the embargoes. Now, when we talk about Greenland and we compare it to something like Puerto Rico, it's important to know that, yes, we could buy Greenland. I agree with the people that are saying we could bribe Greenlanders to vote for it. We wouldn't have to do military action. And that is presumably good for America, according to the America First vision. I don't think it's good to use stolen tax money, and as a bribe to try and get a slightly better military base, in Greenland. I think it's completely unnecessary and stupid. But if it's the symbolic win and it shores up his empire, on the Western hemisphere, it is what it is. But when we're talking about it, it's also important to note that being tied to America isn't necessarily good for your country. And Puerto Rico is a great example of this. Puerto Rico has gained some benefits from being being tied to America, right? The 1917 act that established Puerto Ricans as gaining U.S. citizenship has been one of the biggest draws of immigration from Puerto Rico to America. A fuck ton of Puerto Ricans have left Puerto Rico. And that's because if you have money and you have, you're high IQ, you're productive, you have money, you fucking leave Puerto Rico and you come to America because you have fucking U.S. citizenship. It happens all the time. And so what has happened is that Puerto Rico has this massive brain drain. And then the 1929 Merchant Marines Act, the 1920 Merchant Marines Act and the 1920 Jones Act together have completely fucked Puerto Rico. What these two acts that have been working for over 100 years now in Puerto Rico have done is they have created a monopoly on dock workers and corporations that have to use American ships. They've made it illegal for ships coming from Britain or Europe, or, I guess you could, have Chinese vessels go that way, but it would be kind of out of the way, right? To not be able to stop it by Puerto Rico first. And so what you have is you have vested corporate and government corrupt interests in that country that want to maintain this because it maintains their wealth and their power. But for the people in Puerto Rico, everything, because it's a small island nation, right? So most goods have to be imported and they come with an extreme cost because it's illegal for a ship to stop in Puerto Rico first. And the only ships that can be used are from this government granted monopoly of American only vessels that goes from a couple of places Texas being one of them. I think like Corpus Christi goes there, and then there's like a couple of other places that go there. And so there's no competition, and there's a massive tax and a massive tariff essentially on Puerto Ricans' lives. So it doesn't surprise me that a lot of Puerto Ricans want to break away from this because they've been getting fucked because they're not a state.
Yeah.
The moment they
Puerto
become
Ricans,
a state,
Puerto Ricans got a raw deal, but it's not just because they're
but
not
Greenland
a state.
could also get a raw deal, is what I'm saying.
No, but
And the
yeah,
same will be
Greenland,
true of
raw deal compared to
Venezuela.
what?
Hold on, but Greenland is
Compared
better
to Puerto
in-
Rico.
Greenland
No.
is better.
Compared to
they
what?
could
Compared to
not-
what they would be, because we're talking about whether we're
If
comparing.
something, but if
because we're
something
hold
like
on,
the
let me
Jones
explain.
Act was
Easily
imposed
neg-
on Greenland,
No, but they can negotiate themselves
no,
out of that.
yeah, I understand. Throw in the Jones Act, throw in whatever. Do you like Puerto Rico's got a higher GDP per capita than any of these Caribbean nations, any of these Latin American nations? Like, yeah, you can point to specific disadvantages Puerto Rico has to U.S. states, but that's not where they would be if they'd be independent. You have to compare them
Are
to.
we counting
their,
the money they're getting from Norway as part of their GDP? I'm just
Yes,
curious.
and it's
Denmark.
still
Are you
less
talking
than
about
Puerto
Greenland?
Rico.
Are you going to be
Well,
talking
when
about
you add-
Greenland? No.
Greenland.
Or
Denmark.
Right, like if they're getting
Denmark.
if they're getting government Denmark, sorry. If they're getting
all the
government
same.
checks, that would also
Understood,
be
yeah.
part of their GDP, right?
Wait. Just to be clear, I'm talking about Puerto Rico.
Rico.
There's confusion here. I'm talking about Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico.
I thought you said Greenland.
No, he's saying Puerto Rico compared to other South American nations.
I misheard.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So Puerto Rico has a higher GDP per capita, and I just looked it up, than all of these nations except for Ghana, is like which is in South America. It's like a small territory. That's also tied with the British economy, so there's some kind of connection there. But Puerto Rico it's not like Puerto Rico without the U.S. would be, without the Jones Act, without all these things that you're talking about, would be actually thriving. They would be comparable to these other nations where it's just as objectively worse. And by being part of the U.S. economy, even with whatever disadvantages they may have compared to other U.S. states, they're still far better off being part of America, which is why consistently they're actually pushing for closer integration with America, because they want all the benefits that come with statehood, and they do not want independence. They don't want to be left out by the side of the road. They don't want to be left like all the other Latin American.
That doesn't necessarily go against my claim, right?
It's not, because this is part of us selling this to Greenland, right? The sell to Greenland's going to be like, the worst thing that's going to happen to you is that you're not going to be more integrated with us. And that's a great sales pitch.
The sell to Greenland is this, and it's that Greenland are people, and we got to start not thinking of everybody the U.S. interacts with as just this NPC that does whatever we want, because it's never the case. Greenland now is informed by the issues with the Jones Act, and the Jones Act isn't all bad. There are a few provisions in the Jones Act that make it a net negative, but Greenland is informed by these. The Jones Act was in what, 1920, the 1910s, something around there.
1920.
Greenland can very easily say, we will only take American investment. We will only forego, rather, Danish investment if we have a promise from the United States that you will not mandate that U.S. ships and U.S. ship crews have to be the ones transferring goods from Greenland. Because our whole issue, the biggest benefit for Greenland would be duty-free transit to Western trade.
Do they need this benefit, or are they doing fine now?
No, they are not doing fine.
you.
They are not doing fine. Greenland is not fine right
And
now.
after that, I got to get Gibson, because Gibson's been waiting.
Yeah. Let me respond to both you. And what I'm saying is, I know this is a bit of a tangent, like we've kind of gone off of Venezuela here, right? But I do think it all ties together in terms of like the American empire. I'm not saying that like Greenlanders couldn't be given something that would sound like a better deal than what they're currently getting. I'm not even saying that like, towards, from a purely consequentialist lens, gaining Greenland seems like a good thing. I would say that, government involvement in that way is always going to be harmful to the world in general. It's always going to be a bad idea to steal more tax funds to try and purchase some land elsewhere instead of just, focusing on the economy and free voluntary trade amongst people. But what I'm saying here is that the American empire isn't always like some people's, experiences with the American empire may very well increase their material conditions, right? It very well may be that like, roads get built, schools get built, things, some form of infrastructure that we were lacking before is created here. but it's important to note that there are a lot of corporations and like when we do like these IMF schemes, our version of the Belt and Road Initiative, and we have these preferred DoD contractors that are the ones that make a majority of the wealth as opposed to those that are in those countries, and we have these like we give people loans and then we tell people, and by the way, you're not allowed to hire construction workers that are from your country. You have to hire one of our people so that the money that we loan you comes back to us, and then we charge you interest. What I'm saying is that it is a mechanism of control by the US government and by power players within the US government when we go over and fucking do regime change or engage in these monetary loan-based systems to increase this empire. It's not because we fucking love freedom and democracy and we just want to bring capitalism to everyone. It's so that large corporations and state interests can be strengthened, and so that money can be funneled from the poor and the middle class throughout the entire world towards fucking corporations. Like that's what it is. Always a raw deal. It may mean that in that specific area their lives are nominally improved, but that money comes from somewhere, and that money is always used in a non-free market way, and it is always used by either stealing money from Americans or by setting up loan things that steals money from the very countries we're helping, and then brings in all of these contracts and build infrastructure and makes the American empire richer.
Sorry, we have to go to Gibbs. He's been waiting patiently.
So, like, yeah, I mean, I don't really want to talk about the Greenland thing much more. I mean, obviously, we can spend the money. If we can waste all this money on fraud.
Compare it to
I mean, I'm sure
Venezuela.
that's fine. If we can waste all this money on fraud, we can cough up a few shekels for old Greenland to buy off every person there, to where they don't give a shit about who is in charge. I don't care. But as for the other thing, I got to say, I think that what you're in your prompt you talked about is international law like even valid anymore, and I think ever since Russia. Well, that's where I'm going with this.
Really?
I don't think it ever was. I think since World War II, we've had this false idea called URBA, which is an international rule-based order, right? And I've been saying, I pretty much every chance I get on here, that's some baby back bullshit. Like it's bullshit in every aspect. Russia has proved that since 2014 with invading Ukraine. China's proved it multiple times. Rwanda, us. Times. Yeah, we proved it. Like it's really for the baby dogs. That's who it is. Little puppies that are basically, that's who URBA's for. And then for the big boys, it doesn't mean fucking shit. And so when I'm sitting here looking at Venezuela, it's also a bigger part. I think the oil part is important, but this is part of why Rubio's already talking about Cuba next, is that it's this fight against the socialist left that Trump is going against. And yes, he's doing it within our own country, but he's also doing it because how many times, and I actually went on a panel not too long ago, I was on Wix, and I was arguing, I don't remember what the guy's name was, but he was some Venezuelan socialist, and he's arguing all these good things, while literally in the news, they had videos of Cuban death squads and people working for Cuban death squads shooting protesters, I think to the tune of about 5,300 people. So, like, obviously leftism failed there. And I think when we're sitting here talking about this war, it's a war against BRICS. That's like not a war yet. It's a Cold War. And we're finally seeing Trump take action as opposed to lay on his back and let these people go, oh, it's globalism. Oh, multipolarity. No, it's finally time U.S. comes over there and drops the balls on our enemies. And it's wonderful that we are the only country that can do this. We went in there and we took this guy out with no time. And all these people, I heard all of them for months go, oh, it's going to be brutal. It's going to be bloody. And we went in there, we whooped their ass and left. And the difference between Afghanistan and these other countries is that we understand Venezuela. They are Catholic capitalists, but they're corrupt, right? Let's talk about the cartel. They're all Catholic. They're all also capitalists. They're all evil, but we understand how they work. They're money motivated. We can work on getting rid of those people. It's much harder to get rid of the religious fundamentalists in Afghanistan than it will be to get rid of the cartel guy in Venezuela.
Well, on this note of the efficiency of the operation, right? Like, I mean, like you heard me say it before, and
yeah, that is something that's interesting.
Yeah, you've heard me say it before that, like, I gave credit, like it was excellent in terms of execution, right? Can't say anything otherwise. However, right, like that's not the big problem, right? Like we were also excellent. It depends on who you ask about.
What was the
this,
message to China, Brian?
One second.
Like, because China just had their invite meeting like literally hours before, and we took them out while they were there.
So, like, we were also excellent. If you when you're talking about them, whatever the name of the operation was, where we initially went to Iraq, right? That was like overall. I mean, a lot of people died, but like in terms of how it was executed, it was done as an extremely clean military operation, and then everything else happened. Right, like the initial invasion into Afghanistan, pretty damn clean, and then everything else happened. Like, and so, like, I think it depends on what is actually done, because right now we're still in the dark, early days, right? Like, we don't know, and I'm afraid the administration doesn't know, especially since we're getting different viewpoints here. What it's going to do next, right? If it's boots on the ground, right? It's not impossible that we have a Vietnam situation. It's not impossible. There's a well-armed population.
Hold on. Yes, it is. It's so fundamentally different than those conflicts.
I didn't say they were the same. I didn't say they were the same. But that doesn't mean that we can't have it.
Yes, we can. It does mean that there are not the fundamental conditions necessary for a Vietnam or an Iraq to happen.
What are the differences?
We had
so in
Russia and China right next to them.
In Vietnam, you had an explicitly like third-party state-sponsored communist party, right? China was not shy about it. It was a China-backed Vietnam Communist Party, right? In Venezuela, the connections are much looser. In the Middle East, you had religious conflicts backing these tribes that predated religious documents. Like, we had conflicts predating the Quran that we were working against in Iraq and Afghanistan. But in Latin America, neither of these conditions exist. This is in our backyard. China and Russia had like limp-dicked fucking like Wall Street Journal comment-esque responses to this conflict. Like, there is no even remotely comparable connection to a third-party state actor that could support them, that could equate to what we had in the Middle East or in Vietnam.
I'll grant you Vietnam for sure, but I am worried about the replacement. Like, who do you think?
Sure.
Like, how long do you think that the replacement is going to take? Are we going to accept the VP of Maduro?
Sorry, before
are we going to have a secondary?
I don't grant the Vietnam thing yet.
Okay, go ahead,
so
Brian.
what I think that I think in terms of not having a major state power, I think you're spot on that, right? Like, there's no funder there, so that's fair, right? But we have a well-armed population that's organized. All right, we have independent militias there that are organized and ready to act and hungry to act. We have a population that, while they don't have a religious doctrine, right? Some deep religious doctrine. You're correct there as well, right? They do have a political doctrine, right? Like the Chavez Revolution, but even before that, it's what's the guy's name? I'm always forgetting his name.
Well, that's why he bombed the mausoleum.
No.
It's also wildly unpopular. Their ideology.
No.
That's my thing. Is like,
it's not. One second, because I got it, because there is the Bolivarian Revolution. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, Bolivarian Revolution. Like, there is a revolutionary spirit there with people who like value their independence, and also there is a history, right? It's not a Catholic Protestant Catholic invasion of the Middle East type of history, but there is a long history of America and other invaders coming in to that country, right? So there's a history there that would predispose people to actually fight, right? Actually have a reason to fight. That's what the Bolivarian Revolution is about, right?
Yeah, but the issue is,
so to say that like these people aren't are going to necessarily be passive, right? And just like let themselves run over, maybe.
No, hold on.
Quagmire.
This is what I was talking about, where all of the arguments against this come from ignorance on what the existing situation is. They don't see the status quo as them not being run over and U.S. involvement as them being run over. It is, do I want to be run over by Maduro, or do I want to be run over by the U.S.? They understand that. These are human beings. They overwhelmingly elected someone who supported the idea of being run over by Western powers over being run over by Maduro and the Eastern powers that he was a puppet for. Like,
that's different than having troops on the ground. Sorry, I don't know why you don't understand that. That's different from having
they support it. They were celebrating in the streets.
No, hold on a second. Okay, now I don't believe
What
what
streets?
now I
What streets
Now I
were they
don't
celebrating
believe
in Chile,
now
in
I think
Madrid,
you're
and
bull-
Miami?
Yes, because that's where the refugees of the Maduro
Yeah, but what
regime
about the actual
went.
Lots of
citizens?
people. Yes, there are. Some people, some places.
Wait, they're not
were
citizens
celebrating.
of that
Certainly,
country
they were
since the
doing in
refugees
Florida,
now?
right? The
The
dissidents in Florida.
citizens
Certainly, they were doing it
overwhelmingly
there. Hold on,
voted for
hold on.
Western
No, I'm not going
stewardship
to.
over Eastern
Excuse me.
stewardship.
Excuse me, right? Because now I think you're bullshitting me. Because that's different from the population, right?
No, it's
inside of the country.
They overwhelmingly voted. They voted in 2024. It wasn't that long
I'm
ago.
gonna fucking finish and understand this. I'm gonna fucking finish. Thank you.
No, I agree. I'm just
that's
gonna
different from
interject as well.
Shut the fuck up, please. Thank you. So that's different from saying the population on the ground, especially the ones that would be in between U.S. gunfire, right? Thinks that troops on the ground is a great thing, right? It's different from saying there's imagine this, right? A foreign nation coming and grabbing Trump, right? There's lots of people on the left who don't like Trump. But would they celebrate having foreign troops in their nation, right? Like an imposition of power of the others deciding their resources, like independently of whether you like the dictator, right? There are reasons not to like the invader.
You don't have to worry about
that, like the
they
people
did.
like necessarily are cheering an invasion. That's something completely different. Unless you say that, no, I don't believe you anymore.
No, they were cheering an invasion. They were begging other countries to come in and
I'd like to
Maduro. They wanted it to happen.
Nobody answered Pride. I think there's evidence for
I'm gonna jump in.
For Jeb's argument is these people were getting shot like while protesting currently.
Yes.
He wouldn't have Hezbollah and the Cuban death squads there killing protesters if they weren't in
I'm
favor.
not saying, my argument doesn't rest on Maduro being a good guy.
I'm not saying it does.
It's not being effective person. I'm saying that's
I'm just what I'm saying is I guess in support of what Jeb's saying, I agree that it's mostly outside of the country. I've seen some TikToks of people allegedly in Venezuela being interviewed, whatever. I'm not going to die on that hill, but I think it does speak to him when he had to hire squads from Cuba and bringing Hezbollah to secure the peace against protesters.
I don't know if Hezbollah is there at all. Like people keep saying Hezbollah is there.
Hezbollah is there. They are there.
I'm
it's
going to have to see some.
I'll get you.
But it doesn't matter. Like whether they are or not. Again, I'm not saying that he's a good guy. In fact, fuck Maduro. Okay, to be very clear where I stand on that. Fuck that guy. I have no love for Maduro, right? My argument is independent of him. Is how people react to being invaded, and how heavily armed population, right? Again, how the U.S. react, right? This heavily armed population for a foreign invader taking out a controversial leader, right? Like Trump. How would the U.S. react to that?
Wait, what do you mean?
I'm going to jump in. I'm going to say that's
a heavily armed populace in Venezuela.
Okay,
I posted a leak for Hezbollah.
I fully disagree with Prime, and I think he's pushing the argument in a very poor direction. Obviously, the vast majority of Venezuelans are in favor of intervention, of U.S. intervention, preventing Maduro from continuing to be a dictator. Obviously, Maduro is not comparable to Trump. I'm still against Trump. I think Trump's a wannabe fascist. He's not an actual fascist. He's not actually controlling the levers of the government in the way that Maduro is.
Terrible at it.
Yeah. Now I will say the concern is not the majority of the citizens. The concern is the heavily disenfranchised populace right now who support Maduro, who now have U.S. soldiers going into Venezuela and overthrowing their government. I am worried about Venezuelan citizens on the ground attacking U.S. soldiers because Trump said, or Trump has alluded to, it's a little unclear what specifically Trump wants, but I think he has definitely said that he is considering putting boots on the ground to ensure that a free election happens. And that terrifies the fuck out of me because what happens when a number of Venezuelan citizens start attacking U.S. soldiers? Are we at war with Venezuela? Do we now support this? And I feel like we're at the precipice of the moment when Bush is standing with the fucking mission accomplished in the back because we took out Saddam Hussein, and we're not worried about how complex this situation now got. We have to worry about this entire political apparatus and who specifically Like, how do you impose democracy? We're in such murky waters right now that I don't think we're recognizing it. And we're just looking at, all I'm saying is regime change looks good on day one. That's just the situation. That's what happened in Iraq. That's what's happening now. It looks good right now, but I think that things. I agree that it looks maybe better than it's ever looked. And as I've said,
this is like
there's some green flags.
There are
some green flags. I agree. There are some
Flip
green
it,
flags.
boys. That's funny.
And you know what? But I guess I'm wondering for the panel, what the fuck is supposed to happen after Venezuela? Do we just allow the VP to go after and like?
Can I concede? Can I concede something that'll make? I'll concede some things that'll make your stance and Kai's stance a little more attractive, because what I'm going to concede sounds a little dark. First, I will take the flowery side, which is, Venezuela is so fundamentally different. There just is no significant resistance force in the populace to create the kind of unending conflict that existed in the Middle East or even in Vietnam.
Maybe.
Now, I will concede some things that will make you guys look better. There is a disenfranchised pro-Maduro populace in Venezuela. I think if they are willing to take up arms to steal the rights to an election from the rest of the country, they deserve to no longer be a part of the video game. I think if you are going to take up arms in favor of Maduro after he illegitimately stole an election, and the same way I feel about the January 6th protesters in the United States, I think you sacrifice your right to continue playing the video game we are all playing on this earth.
But
if you are going to stay a despot. I mean, who authorizes it? It's all
like the
in
U.S. government, the U.S. military is going in and shooting Maduro supporters. Is that what we're
No, well, it would no. So it would probably be a similar thing that we do in some of these situations where we work as sort of an accessory and training force to whatever legitimately democratically elected force exists in that country. This would be the Edmundo's force in Venezuela. Whatever he has to muster, we would support them. And if Maduro supporters wanted to take up, Maduro supporting civilians wanted to take up arms, unfortunately, they forfeit their right to continue in the video game because they are saying we want to rob the populace of their right to vote.
And you don't understand that.
Can we just cut it short? Can we just cut it short? We know that's going to happen, so they just forfeit
your
their
whole
rights.
political project, right?
Yeah.
In any case, so
that's fair. I said it would help your guys' side. What I'm saying, because it does sound dark, but if you're going to steal other people's votes,
what's the other option?
Don't get to play the video
What's the other option, Jeb? Jeb, is there another option?
The other option is perpetual dictatorship. No, it's perpetual dictatorship.
So why don't we just invade all dictatorships? Why don't we just invade all dictatorships?
Because we don't give a fuck about the dictator.
We only have
stop the bullshit here. Can we stop the bullshit? We don't
it doesn't matter.
That's why Gibbs is the only one I take seriously when it comes to this. That's why Gibbs is the only person to take seriously when it comes. Fabian, I'm saying in terms of like the conservative Republican side.
Doesn't like no one cares, right? And I agree. And I agree with.
You're not pro this, Scott. You're just you just accept the truth.
What Ali said is that like no, I'm not gonna. Hey, I'm not gonna stop. Excuse me.
I'm being strawmanned. I don't think Trump has like benevolent intent. I think when Maduro decided to play the big stick game, he entered himself into a game he could not win, and Trump is better at the big stick game, and so Maduro was losing at the game he fucking chose to play.
Okay, so I have to deal with all the rest of that bullshit. You just can't just been saying bullshit this entire time. And anyway, right?
This was high school.
Literally, one Google search already pops up. Hey, all credible polling says that Venezuelans dislike Maduro, which I started from the
those polls are bullshit,
top, right? But then the ones that say
I can tell you
Maduro,
why. There are a lot of polls that say that Maduro should be president in the 2024 election.
New polls. The new polling is bullshit too.
All right, you guys can respond. 1 second, right? The article talks about how they overwhelmingly want Maduro out, right? But they were deeply divided on U.S. intervention. This is from a few years ago. They're deeply divided over U.S. intervention, and what was it? 54% will reject such an opposition. Now, is this like
recent?
No, it says it's a few years ago. Is this a full understanding of like the will of the people? No, but I don't think you have that either. I don't think you have that either. So for everyone to say, "Well, this is obvious," well,
obviously great. It's great for
hold on,
everyone.
Military.
Let me first and foremost, let me address the polling. Right, there's essentially two categories of polling that you can do in Venezuela.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you can do polling that the government allows, right, which is internal poll. It like obviously trash, right, because we have a dictator there. Or what you can do is you can do like the best you can do is like randomized kind of like online contacting. And the problem is that this type of polling is far, far more likely to catch people that are wealthy, that have internet access, and that are like subscribed and engaged with whatever systems that like it polls the privileged. So it has a far more likely to capture pro Maduro support than it is like poor people starving somewhere, right? So fair enough, right? Nevertheless, that's what we have to work with. I would say that like the best we can look at is unfortunately CIA biased understanding of what we think the actual and like internal from the opposition of what we think the actual election was, which is supposedly like 75-25, but who fucking knows? I want to say that there are two main things.
One thing on that, right? And I agree with you. I like to be very clear, right? Like I don't think this polling is
accurate. Well, it's just neither side really knows.
Neither side really knows, but like,
and that's why it's concerning to put troops in the ground because you don't really fucking know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and the slight pushback I give you, right, is that like that's just because they voted for someone else, right? That's different from saying also.
No. I agree.
I want US
I agree. So that's the best. I'm talking about best available data we have.
Okay,
right. I'm not saying that tells us whether or not they're pro military intervention. So I want to say two things that haven't been brought up that I think are really important about what happened in Venezuela. Maybe minor details, but I don't think they are. The first thing that I want to say is that Venezuela has been the main means by which China has imported weapons into South America.
Yep.
And Venezuela has Venezuela has the most advanced military technology, very close to what China currently has. Okay, their stealth detection radar systems, which are the JY-27s, they even had JY-27Vs, which is the stealth detection systems that China made in the mid-2020s, like 2022, 2023 tech. The reason I think that's important is that shit fell in a half hour to like a small push by the US. And this is a huge signal to BRICS that, bitch, China, you don't know what we got. And what we got is obviously way better. There's been a lot of people in the international. Hold on. We proved it. We just proved it.
Yeah,
not really.
Yes, we did.
Wait. Just let me just.
Ali, you're interrupting me, and I'll keep explaining. Okay. So here's what I'm saying is this: is that there have been a lot of people in the world, a lot of Americans that like aren't really keyed into this too, a lot of Westerners that have this view that the American military technology is like falling behind China and is falling behind the productive capacity of China. Mm-hmm. And the best shit they got, we needed like 80 planes. Technically, it was 150 aircraft for the entire operation, but like we needed like 80 planes and a couple drones. We shut down their electricity with drone technology. We're not sure what it is, but we have some type of EMP drone devices that like haven't even been released to the public that apparently shut down Caracas instantaneously, shut down their power, forced them on generator. And the reason I say that's important is that I do think maybe not to the average American or anything or the average person, but to the Chinese government, they're absolutely looking at this is the first time the JY-27Vs have been tested in actual combat. And in actual combat, America laughably rolled over it almost instantaneously.
Can I ask you a couple questions in that regard, though? Because like my first question would be like, Wouldn't the
So that's
people
my
manning
first
the
point,
tech?
but-
Wouldn't the people manning the
We got
tech?
we got
have to
time. We
be
do have time. So
knowledgeable
hold
on
on.
the
We
tech,
actually
though?
do have a few people. We have to do a few people to go through. So we'll go to Gibbs, Lactoid, Corey, and then we'll go to Ali. All right.
Well, let me just say my second point, right? And my second
Oh.
point is very different from the Chinese tech point, but it is important to know because I think it might change how we move going further, knowing that China knows and is a little bit more like, oh shit, these guys still have it. Because that's an important field test, and it was a field test China failed. The second thing is that when we're talking about regime change wars, we keep comparing regime change to previous blunders of the American empire in the last 20 or 30 or 50 years. And I think it's important to recognize that America has slowly shifted with the failures of Libya and Iraq and Afghanistan, has slowly shifted towards information, websites, USAID, funding, and State Department and NGO control of institutions so that they can utilize economic and intelligence assets along with corporate worldwide power and global corporate power as a means of controlling institutions and controlling what people think, controlling what public opinion is, controlling social media algorithms, controlling what ideologies are taught in universities, controlling what media organizations are popular, etc. And so I think when we think about what is the future of Venezuela, we need to recognize that it is very unlikely that we are going as an America to approach Venezuela the same way we approached Iraq. It is far more likely that we will approach Venezuela with the successes, air quotes, right? Because I mean, it's all kinds of problems here, but the successes in Ukraine and in Egypt, where we were able to foment the Arab Spring, where we were able to foment institutional control and media control in these places and turn these countries into our allies with all of the with intelligence apparatus, NGOs, corporations, USAID. We have a web of in internal intelligence as well as social media companies and NGOs use a quote unquote whole of society approach is the key word you're looking for. You're trying to find some of these like documents and like videos where they train on these things, a whole of society approach. So it's far less likely that we're going to have like a big ground force to ensure elections are done, and far more likely that we are going to be manipulating their social media, manipulating what news media, is successful, manipulating what businesses are successful, giving money towards institutions that support our worldview, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not saying that's good or bad. Obviously, I said entirely bad.
Over the last year.
We gotta move forward.
Yeah,
So we are going to go to Gibbs, Corey, Gibbs, Lactoid, Corey, Ali, and anyone else?
Yeah, could I throw myself in?
Hunter.
Him
and
first,
then
then me. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Cool.
Gibbs, and we have a super chat to Gibbs. Thank you, Testicle Johnson. Gibbs said Putin invaded Ukraine, but left out they were forced to intervene.
Jesus.
Pretty sure Lactoid knows what I'm talking about. I don't. But thank you, Testicle Johnson, for the kind donation.
Thank you, Testicle Johnson.
Yeah,
that
I mean,
Don't join NATO,
yeah. Yeah, I mean, Testy wants to troll, but I don't take anything Canadians say seriously. That's why I don't ever take
Testy never trolled. He is an earnest interlocutor. Okay.
No, I want to say though, I actually agree with some of what the people that are against the invasion are saying, or the concerns they have about what comes next, because I think that once again we are taking some of the wrong lessons from this, and we think we can go back to this post-World War II nation building. I don't think that's possible in the modern age. I think there's too many countries that want to get involved and are going to try to tinker, and too many groups and factions and the cartel. No, I think there's two options. We either let them try to do it on their own and they just descend into madness, and then that's good for the U.S. because of a bunch of different reasons. And y'all can argue, it's bad because refugees and shit. But, as we know, Texas can build a wall. I'm sure we can build a wall. That'll stop everybody from coming in. Then that's just other country's problems. And two, I like the other thing is, we'll get our oil. We'll defend it. That's bad. That sounds bad. But yeah, y'all just, listen, it sounds mean, but balkanization's good as the superpower.
We are going to bring the refugees over, Gibbs. I want you to prepare for that.
They're going to be stuck on the wall. They're going to be stuck on
Good.
the wall.
Prepare
Hold
for
on. We have the orange balls
because
of death
they're
of the Rio Grande.
pro-capitalist refugees. That's the only.
Hold
That's
on.
the only issue.
That's
is
fine.
only
We'll keep going, though.
pro-capitalist.
We'll keep going because this is the bigger thing. I honestly and truly believe our biggest mistake, John McCain said it. He said, if we're going to convert the Afghanis, we're going to have to be there 100 years. And we didn't have the stomach for that. I don't think we'd have to be that long in Venezuela to do that. I think we went down there and
99
like, you know
years.
what? You're all greater Texas now, and we're going to give you all the benefits. We're going to tap oil at the pump, just like they do in Texas, and we're going to tap the oil, and the oil taxes are going to pay for you. They can have no property taxes and no income tax and all the wonders and still have the same.
We don't even have that. How come
we do it? Hold on, we do in Texas, so we already have that business model. We can tax it at the pump, and we can sit there, and guess what? Venezuela never paid Exxon or what was it, Philip Conoco, all that money. We could get that out of there, and we can just own that shit in perpetuity. And then we go to Cuba next. Cuba's got a lot of shit that we can get. And then it's great. We'll be fantastic. You know, we're talking about Greenland earlier, and we didn't really talk about this. But
Colombia's third or second? What do you think?
What?
Colombia, number 2 or number 3?
I don't know.
Cuba next, then Colombia? Like, which one we do?
Cuba, I think Cuba's more tied to BRICS, and they'll be easier. So, like, we'll just go in there. And, I mean, honestly, every time we started with this, since the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, right, that ended Manifest Destiny for the most part. I think maybe we add Alaska afterwards as the actual end. But, like, when we stopped doing that, we started doing things like the Teller Amendment when it came to Cuba and not going in there and invading, or what we did after World War II where we gave these countries back. That's where we fucked up. All these countries could be American now. They could all be benefiting from American rights. We would have the new American empire, and Russia and the Soviet Union would have still fell apart, and everything would be Gucci Mane today. Instead, now we have all these brush fires we got to go put out everywhere in the world. It's bullshit. And I'm sorry to be soft about it. All the people's lives would be better everywhere if they were American.
Let's go to Lactoid.
Except for
a couple things. So, Scott, I disagree with your polling point that you made before, that you're saying, well, these polls are going to target wealthier people, which is going to skew more pro-Western. I think that that's an intuition as to some effect that maybe had on the polls, but you also have to remember the, I think, much larger effect of people being scared to answer opposed to the regime if they live under that regime on any kind of poll that they get.
There's a lot of reasons why it's going to be difficult to get accurate polling data from that. I mean, it's the same thing with like Donbass polling, right before Ukraine Russia war.
And it did shift.
Anytime you have a dangerous, fucked up area, right, and especially if you have a dictatorship, right, if you're not able to conduct scientific polls in the region, those polls might as well be your grandma's Facebook IQ test.
No,
like it's just like they're barely better than that.
I disagree. I think that they are useful. I think it's important to get them, and I think the only thing is we have to recognize that it might
articles based off of them like they're good polls, it becomes a problem.
The caveat should always be added that I think that polls in authoritarian regimes tend to undercount opposition to that authoritarian regime, because
movement in those polls can be interesting, though.
Well, and this is there's literally actually I remember a study that was done on this. So in the Donbass area, for example, when people were asked, "What are your thoughts on staying part of Ukraine, being independent, et cetera," if the call was coming from Kiev, it changed the respondents' answer, right? Pretty dramatically, because what you're essentially doing is admitting to treason at this point, right? Yeah, I want America to come in. I want to take out the government. Of course, you think that the Maduro regime is going to stand for that. What I'm interested in is looking at the exit polling that happened during that last election, right? So there was poll watchers that were there, and they would ask the people coming in, who'd you vote for, et cetera, et cetera. And I mean, all of the data that we currently have indicates that Maduro soundly lost. I don't believe that most Venezuelans will oppose us if we.
That's basically what I stated.
Sure, I don't think they're going to mostly oppose us if we go in to annex them. If we go into remove Maduro and set up some kind of better system, they may oppose us when it comes to annexing them. I think that's a whole different animal. I just took
it's
issue
also
with
important
just
to note things
the
change, right? Like
sure.
when it's one thing in the moment and the fact that you're free of Maduro and you hate Maduro. It's another thing when you walk outside and there's American troops outside. That changes opinions like a fucking
for sure. And in fact, I think that's one of the reasons why I'm also a little bit scared of having U.S. soldiers on the ground.
Well, that was my second argument, is why I think that's far less likely.
But Hunter also made that argument. I think everyone here has a lot of anxiety about that.
Right, but I also think we've learned a lot of lessons with regime change wars, and that when we look at what we've been doing over the last 20 years and what we've shifted towards, what we are far more likely to see is very limited troops, and instead intelligence apparatus working with NGOs and corporations.
But Trump has shifted away from that.
Well,
has shifted away from that trend.
Trump is.
Well, no, can I?
Wait, I got a couple more points.
He's the current commander in chief who operated this Venezuelan attack.
I got a couple more points real quick. So there's two other kind of aspects I wanted to cover really quick. So in your opening, Scott, you brought up U.S. law and kind of this question of, did the founders really intend for the president to have the power to engage in this kind of these limited operations? I think there is historical precedent for this.
You're talking about Thomas Jefferson?
Thomas Jefferson launching the squadron out to the Barbary States, 1801. I mean, we're talking literally a founder who is using his power.
These are pirates
Article
that
2.
are kidnapping and enslaving American citizens, right? It's kind of different than bringing in drugs and working with our enemies, kind of. You can
say
maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
Sure, I'm just saying you can say that this is worse. You can say what the pirates are doing is worse, etc. But it was. Thomas Jefferson committed.
I'm not saying it's worse. I'm saying one is a direct action against U.S. citizens. But the other is like importing shit.
But here, I understand. Well, sort of. It's a little bit complicated because Venezuela also took a property that was adjudicated by international courts as well.
True, and to be fair, Exxon and oil companies have paid more in taxes than the operation it took to go get Maduro out. I mean, so technically speaking, you could say the American government is working on the interests of corporations that have had their money stolen, and they often did non-aggressive act.
Well, and that was a major interest with the squadron that Thomas Jefferson sent in 1801 as well, because it was U.S. commercial ships that were stolen. It was commercial ships that were being seized. So we already have.
I see your argument.
We have precedent. I think of like a founding father committing, and the reason is because Article 2 of the Constitution does establish the president as the commander in chief and gives him some latitude, short of declaration of war, to commit U.S. forces into hostile engagements.
To be fair, Thomas Jefferson did ask for congressional approval.
6 months later, or like 7 months later. So he launched the squadron, and then it was 1801, and it wasn't until 1802, because it was like May of 1801, and then it was 1802 that Congress finally gave him the authority. So he launched that shit without congressional approval. Yes, he did, and that's a founding father that did it. And history since then
has been brush up on my Barbary Wars.
It's all good, but history since then has been replete with U.S. presidents doing this. Not only, Trump absolutely did this. Obama did this, right? In Libya, Obama did not go to Congress first at all or ask permission before he launched airstrikes.
American civilians because he had the wrong
we
dad.
do have the War Powers Act. We have the War Powers Act that actually expressly allows you to do a military action for was it 90 days before action?
Yeah. So the war exactly. The War Powers Act does allow this. It does allow this kind of action explicitly. It does put in some restrictions of you have to report within 48 hours to Congress, which Obama did, which Trump has done, and you have to without congressional approval, you can't keep troops there longer than 60 days. But there is no part of the War Powers Act that Trump has run afoul of. Arguably, Obama may have run afoul of it because there was U.S. forces that engaged in Libya for longer than 60 days, and Congress voted against extending his authority to operate there. Now it's questionable as to is that really troops committed there because it was just airstrikes. But we also have footage of at least NATO forces that were on the ground in Libya. So were they really there?
Lactoid, I have to present the bad faith argument of Pisco, which is, Article 2 put limits on something, but that doesn't mean that it justified operating within.
That's the War Power. Yeah, talking about the War Powers Act. So
his idea that we made the War Powers Act under the assumption that no war powers for the president were justified, but we put a 30-day limit on powers that didn't exist for no reason. Because
bringing up other retards' arguments.
Because Lactoid got such a fucking like smacking of when among liberals, because Pisco got him on a semantic thing of the War Powers Act didn't explicitly afford the power to the president to do these things, but it obviously recognized the power.
Let me clarify.
Yeah,
it's a big
this for no reason.
No, it's not no reason. No, it's not no reason, because the WIC platform is equally big to this one, and this was like a convincing argument to like a majority of them, which is the idea that if something doesn't explicitly justify the president's powers, it doesn't recognize the president's powers by virtue of limiting them, which
so
it
we
does.
should bring up every argument that's convincing to the
if it doesn't take that long,
right?
this would take 10 seconds if nobody argued with me about bringing it up.
Prime. Let me help clarify, Prime. So,
go ahead, and then we'll go to
specifically with the War Powers Act, what you just said, which I think is correct, and my argument is that the War Powers Act obviously recognizes circumstances in which the president can commit soldiers and military forces absent a declaration of war from the U.S., which is what everybody's saying is potentially illegal under U.S. law that Trump did, and then I guess what Obama did, because Obama actually got a lot of shit back in 2011 when he did this as well. He did. I mean, there was a lot of like legal analysis here as to like, well, why didn't you go to Congress first? But I think it is fair to say that the War Powers Act does at least implicitly acknowledge, by setting limits that don't include restrictions on first strikes or like limited military operations. The president does have this ability because historically they always have, all the way back to Thomas Jefferson. So I think on both a U.S. law grounding, we have a very strong position going all the way back to the Founding Fathers. And I think on an international law perspective, it's a little bit weaker. I'm not going to lie. Now, how much loyalty we all really have to international law is questionable. But
Zero.
At the
We've
same
never
time,
had any loyalty to it other than to
but at the
sound
same,
nice.
But at the same
And
time,
it also doesn't really exist.
well, but I think it. Okay, I pay it some heat. I think it does sort of exist. But to Venezuela violated. I mean, not to make it too wrong is equal to right kind of thing or whatever. But it's a little bit rich that Venezuela is going to appeal to international law when
Cuban death squads and
the
Maduro
UN condemned them.
Venezuela. It's not about Venezuela invoking the international. It's the rest of the
the rest of the
it's
world.
Americans holding America accountable.
I understand.
It's every
I think the international law aspect is a little. I'm not sure. I'm not comfortable enough as putting a percentage as I am with the U.S. domestic law, which I think is the Constitution is ultimately what all of us here are most loyal to. I'm assuming, at least as far as legal documents
Especially
go.
Corey,
at least as far as legal
Especially
documents
me. I love the U.S. Constitution. I talk about it all the time. International law is retarded.
More than international law, though.
Sovereignty. It recognizes the sovereignty of states as like a sacred thing that doesn't fucking exists.
We got to go to our friend Corey's been waiting, and then we'll go to Ali, Staxium, Jeb, and then Gibbs.
Okay,
perversion of private property rights.
Springboarding off of one of the conversations that just Scott and Lacto were having. So Jeb, I'm curious, or out of curiosity, how do you rate, let's say, Saddam Hussein relative to Maduro? Or do you think Maduro is better, worse, the same?
So it depends if you're talking about there's a couple things. So I think they're about.
Don't just say worse. Just say Saddam Hussein's better.
Well,
obviously.
No. Here's the issue:
is
Saddam Hussein is only marginally better on a dictatorship perspective, but I understand the concern about the outcome. The outcome of deposing Saddam Hussein, which we're always balancing when we're talking about intervention, is far worse than the outcome of deposing Maduro, where there is overwhelming support for opposing regimes in his locality. Whereas with Saddam, you have, again, religious conflicts that predate the actual religious.
I already said that. I just asked one question so far. I know. You're not addressing anything that I brought up. I just asked a question.
I'm not responding to you. I'm responding to like the peanut gallery, which isn't. They're not wrong to bring in those extra factors, but it's like, yes, Saddam is slightly worse than Maduro, Maduro is slightly worse than Saddam, but the outcome of deposing Saddam would be so much worse that I think there is an earnest argument to be made that we should not have intervened in Iraq and the Middle East, but we should have intervened in South America.
Okay. So taking everything that you said at face value, and I haven't I don't remember the numbers and I haven't checked them, but what do you think? Do you have a vibe or do you have an intuition of what was the public support for Saddam Hussein in Iraq amongst the Iraqi people at the time? Do you think that was heavy support? They loved him.
Yeah. So the issue is, right, we have varied samples.
Iraq is
from,
like 3 ethnic
well, no,
communities
and not just
forced
that,
into
not
one
just
country. It's a lot more
Not just-
complicated.
Not just that, but there weren't
Yeah,
a lot of Iraqis free from the regime that we could poll. Whereas post exodus from Venezuela, there is like a really sizable population of freed Venezuelans to poll in terms of support for Maduro. Now, that is also a biased population because no one's going to flee Maduro if they support him. And that's fair to say. But the issue with Iraq is there were essentially 0 freed Iraqi populations to poll at that point. So it's tough. It's tough to compare.
I agree. It's tough. I just want to see what your interest is. But like, I'm just curious then, like, how do you know that you're like not pulling like a Dick Cheney? I think that he explicitly said like the U.S. would be greeted as liberators. And I assume, and so I understand Dick Cheney is a liar, but I also assume he had access to some sort of intelligence that made him come to that conclusion.
Like,
but he is a liar.
Dick Cheney was a liar, but he was probably right in that sense that most people supported regimes deposing Saddam. The issue is obviously, and that's the whole conversation.
Would you say then that Dick Cheney was right, that they were greeted as liberators then?
That's the thing, right? Is he was wrong in that part. And I think there is a genuine conversation to have on Hunter and Kai's point and your point, it seems, which is that sure, they support deposing Maduro, but do they support American intervention? The issue is, from what we've seen since Maduro's arrest, it does seem that there was overwhelming support from Venezuelans for American.
My memory's a little bit fuzzy, but I believe there were still celebrations when Saddam was taken out in Iraq.
Yeah, they were more limited. Whereas the
celebration, they pulled down the statue. Right? But
it was like the Kurdish areas and like some of the other minorities. It wasn't like in Tikrit where Saddam had a stronghold.
It only takes a group or two of people to tear down a statue. We're seeing you.
But how do you know the signal that you're
seeing? We're not seeing that.
You got to stop saying that.
Everywhere.
3 videos on Twitter.
No, it's not.
The same 3 videos being shared around from
That's not true. Even polling domestically shows damn near.
Polling domestically doesn't matter. Not for this. We're talking about.
Hold on. It only doesn't matter because
domestic U.S. or domestic
domestic in Venezuela.
Okay.
In Venezuela. So it's not necessarily polling domestically, but in a domestic, only Venezuelans in Venezuela can vote election, they voted against Maduro. And then everywhere that we see outside of it is celebrating, like it's in multiple countries.
Iranians are so happy that America bombed. The Iranians are so happy that America bombed because they're against the regime in Iran.
Okay, so tell me, can you name 3?
This is like this thing. It's not like
stop. To
group of people under a regime they didn't vote for, they didn't want, and an American intervention came in and saved them. Apparently,
no. Can you name 3 different? Stop. Can you name 3 different countries where Iranian refugees lived, where they were ubiquitously on video celebrating the arrest of their leader, or the obviously in that case
there is no point talking about this. Cubans, right? If you poll Cubans in Florida, they'll all tell you how awful the Castros are and how badly the regime needs
then why do we ignore that as the general truth?
If you listen to Cubans, you might have the idea that all Cubans in Cuba, right, hate the regime, right? Absolutely won't change. You would be wrong about that. Right?
The majority,
you summoned my Cuban friend.
That's not even the
point.
Wait, that's not even the point.
Who run from Venezuela are going to have a problem in Venezuela. We can all acknowledge that.
That's
right?
Even in Venezuela, they voted against him.
Jeb.
Prime. Stop trying to, because you keep mixing these things, right?
The Venezuelans.
I'm not mixing. I'm acknowledging the limitation.
Properly disambiguated these things in our conversation. The Venezuelans. Then you keep mixing them again. Yes,
I'm not mixing. I'm acknowledging there's a limitation.
Right? I can immediately they vote against them. That's different from U.S. intervention. Stop saying that one.
No, but the other. But Kai, I'm not mixing. I'm acknowledging there's a limitation in data. But if there's a populace who's voted against him in 2 elections straight, and they still have been, and they're under threat.
just because someone's happy about the deposition doesn't mean they're happy that American is the one who did it. That's the point he's trying to make. Yes, they're happy that their dictator
I get
is
it.
gone.
I understand everything you're saying.
Then that's the point.
What I'm saying is,
but I'm going to yell over you.
No, but this is the issue. Is in the same context as as other nations under despots. It's like, do we allow the dictators to suppress the populace enough to where you can always make an argument that they don't support foreign intervention, or do you accept that a populace that has voted against their despot in 2 different elections and been crushed is probably going to support it, and you're never going to be able to get that data because the despot is making sure you don't, and you don't need to wait. Stop. You don't need to wait for the dictator to allow that data to get out.
We don't stop
before you depose him.
Can we stop acting on this panel like any of that matters? Once again, to Ali's
point,
does
right? Matter. Why does it not matter that Venezuelans have been oppressed
to say
for
that
over
none of that
3
shit matters,
decades?
right? Like,
why doesn't it matter?
Go in there and get the resources.
Because how come we didn't go against all the dictators? We just went over.
We went in on a lot of them. We went in on a lot of them.
Trump was
your no war president,
right? And I appreciate Trump.
We went in on a lot of them.
Hey, we're there for the oil.
If we can, we wouldn't be back on a lot
about all this other stuff. So stop saying this stuff. Like it actually,
it does matter. It doesn't matter what Trump's
true, which is not.
Brian Kai,
that's true. It's not the reason.
It doesn't matter if it was the reason. It doesn't matter.
Of course it does. Of course
it
doesn't. Of course it does. Why are we there? Why we're there?
I don't see why it does actually.
Do you think Truman did the Marshall Program because he cared about Europe? No, but it was still good.
I'll explain to you why. It absolutely matters, right? According to the people there, they're oh my God, these Americans.
You don't have the data to support that.
Excuse me. It matters to people because, hey, if the Americans here to free us, right? Wow, there actually might be liberators. Again,
cite something to prove that. Cite something to prove that.
Excuse me, I'm going to fucking finish. Shut the fuck up, Jeb. Thank you. I'm going to fucking finish my point. Shut the fuck up.
Sure, but cite what you're asking me to cite. You're saying I need
my assistance.
Sure,
okay, I'll assist you. No problem.
Cite.
Okay? Shut the fuck up. Thank you. I'll do it for you since you are incapable of doing this yourself. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking. Okay, shut the fuck up. So you're asking a question. I'm going to answer the fucking question. Shut the fuck up. Thank you. All right. Anyway, it matters for the individual, for the people, the people on the ground, right? The Venezuelans.
According to what polling?
Shut the fuck up, dude. Hold on. Shut the fuck up. Excuse me. Okay. So, it matters because to the people on the ground. So, assuming they agree what you're saying, right? They agree. They are on your side. They like everything you've said, right? In terms of their attitudes is true, right? It depends on why the force is there. If the force, from their perspective, is there to liberate them from a despot, right? If they hate it, they want it gone, right? Well, then maybe yes, they will greet us as liberators. But if they think, right, because the leader of the invading force said it explicitly, that we're here for oil, right? We're here to take your resources. That changes their relationship to the invading force.
According to what?
Also, hold on, shut the fuck up, holy. Yeah, but I don't know why you're capable of this.
I'm just asking where you're sourcing the.
Shut up. I can't. Right? I have them in backstage. You're gonna shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I don't know why you're incapable. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking to you. So I'll do it for you. And the other thing it changes is
why are you crashing out right now, dude? You're a debater and a moderator. This is your fault.
Because he can't. I don't care. Hold on.
This is your fault. You did this by being both a debater and a moderator. When someone is supposed to be the moderator, they can't be a neutral party.
You knew what it was when you
you're
came
causing
in here.
this.
You don't understand.
Right, but now you're crashing out of the thing that you made.
My point.
Relax.
I'm going to finish my point. No, I'm not going to fucking relax. You don't tell me to fucking relax. I'm going to finish my point. I've been just I have 2 points to make. 2 points to make. Been trying to get them out. All right, fuck you too. Any which way. The other thing it changes is what we do on the ground, what the actions we take. There are 2 things. One, in terms of polling, right? One in terms of actual polling, and how people interact with us from there. But also, what our troops do. What do we do when we're, or not even necessarily troops? But what does the invading government do? Of course, it matters the reason. The reason is not immaterial. That's all I'm trying to say. Literally 2 points. And you can shut the fuck up just for letting me make those 2 points. Okay, let's hear you, Jebtan.
Yeah, I'm just, again, same question. Where are you sourcing that it matters to them what our intention is? Because I understand your frustration.
Why wouldn't it matter?
But because they are suffering under immediate awful material conditions, why would it matter what the intention of the person is? Hold on. Yeah. Why would it matter what the intention of the person is that saves them from those immediate material issues? Like, I have the same argument that Prime has, and that's my frustration, is of course we're never going to be able to get the highest quality data under a despot. But if you look at the general sentiment, it seems to me very clear that they don't care what the intention of their hero is. They want someone to be their hero of Maduro. And the entire global community decided our intentions need to be correct before we depose Maduro. And Venezuelans were like, please stop fucking thinking that that's the case. We just want someone to come and depose Maduro.
May I hop in here?
We got Ali. He's been waiting. So we got
I was after Corey. Anyway. The reason it matters what the intention of the hero is, right? And why I get annoyed when you keep bringing up like Venezuelans outside of Venezuela cheering is because obviously, yes, they're happy. Everyone's happy that the dictator got thrown out, right? But the people outside of Venezuela don't have to deal with the conditions that come afterwards of this, right? They don't have to deal with the power struggle that comes in or the vacuum that comes in when you just remove the dictator, right? If this guy was as bad of a dictator as you're saying, it's not like the country's in a great spot, right? So it's like the aftermath that comes of this is something that only the Venezuelans that live on the ground are going to have to deal with. So obviously their concerns matter more than the ones who don't live in Venezuela. Obviously the ones who don't live in Venezuela, they never have to deal with any of the shit. It's kind of like people in Palestine or outside of Palestine. You can be like, oh yeah, Hamas is gone, but then also you're not a Palestinian living on the land. You don't know what the situation is.
But that's not totally honest, because the exodus was like a year ago. Like, they did have to live under this for so long. The exodus was a year ago. The grand exodus from Venezuela was in 2024.
I know, but they're not under it now, and they're not going to be under the future American takeover, right? They are out. They're out.
They will. Like, they're saying, I can finally move back.
This is getting frustrating. Listen. It is absolutely true that the individuals that live in Venezuela is going to be more important in terms of regime change, in terms of the governance structure, in terms of what we're doing, right? It is also true to recognize that all of these expats are talk to literally any Venezuelan that you know. They're overwhelmingly in support of American regime change. Now, granted, it is also true that these are the ones that are more likely to have the means of escape or the dedication to escape. They're more likely to be against Maduro, right? But you're not going to talk to fucking American expats and get the same fucking level of, get the same level of like celebration and joy when a new president gets elected, because they have been living under the yoke of oppression. Like, you talk to these people and they will tell you that, do you know what it's like to physically beat someone because you were so fucking hungry that you had to choose between your life or theirs? That's what I escaped. Okay, so we are talking about a place that is extremely bad. However, I've starved before, right? I've gone 3.5 days without food. That's the worst I've ever done. Okay, I can't say that I've starved in the way that starving consistently people have starved, but I can tell you there's a certain madness that comes with that. And I cannot even having experienced what little that I have, right, from being homeless and not having food for multiple days in a row and getting delirious, getting tired, tripping up, kind of starting to see shit, feeling I'm changing as a person, even all of that, there's something crazy there. And when you put food in their belly, and then when all of a sudden they start thinking again, and then all of a sudden the ideology of socialism that has gripped the entirety of South America for 100 years starts fucking rearing its head again. And then American corporations start doing something, and propaganda from the opposition starts talking about the evil capitalism of the West. And then when fucking you see some troops somewhere, this entire situation is a fucking tinderbox that is ready to light up on fire at any moment from any interaction. And that's something we also need to address. So we need to recognize that, yes, the idea that most Venezuelans are like very, very mixed about American intervention, just go fucking talk to a Venezuelan. And this cope that like, oh, well, these are the ones that left a year ago. They have families still there. Okay. Like we know most Venezuelans are happy this happened. Okay.
Well, it's not
because
just
even if it's the
Venezuelans.
evil America that does it, it means that the grandma that didn't make it out might fucking live instead of die. Okay,
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean they're going to be greeted as liberators.
We have to move forward. There are people who are waiting. We got to move forward. Sorry.
I think it's my turn.
Hunter. Yeah, Hunter, and then.
Okay. I mean, I want to steer this conversation because I think that this is the dumbest conversation to be having about this. So if we want to continue this conversation, I can wait my turn until we're done. But
just go, man.
I want to ask what the fuck we do now. Like, what the fuck is the U.S. doing in Venezuela? And Big Gibbs, it seems like you agree. I don't know if we agree. Like, do we allow the VP and the rest of Maduro's cabinet to continue? Do we force a second election? Do we impose another leader? And if so, which one? There are two viable candidates that both of the population is arguing for. What do we do about the oil companies coming in? Do we have soldiers defending both the oil refineries and the facilities and the pipes in between? What happens if people bomb the oil pipes? How do we authorize force against Venezuelan terrorists against U.S. property? We are in such fucking murky water right now.
No, we're not. The Venezuelans are happy because the Venezuelans they're happy. That's it. Done. That's
you're being sarcastic.
The answer is not. None of that's going to happen. That's what's
Hunter. I mean, wouldn't these details?
None of it's going to happen. One of those things has to happen. We're not going to have
the bombing. No, I'm talking about what happens when they bomb. What happens when this? Like, you guys want to gauge any of that when the members of Maduro's party,
pro-Maduro, Venezuelans.
Wouldn't the details be sorted out like with negotiations with the current leadership? Because like the vice president has taken
to happen because it seems like almost all of these are bad options.
Well, I think here's the first thing that needs to happen. And this is, anything else comes after that. We have to have, as part of any negotiation, a monitored, free and fair election across all of Venezuela. And you have the candidates, they run, and you have the whole thing run, not by Venezuela, but you have the whole thing run by like the UN.
By U.S. soldiers.
Or I'm thinking the UN or like some like maybe not the U.S. soldiers. I mean something that would like give it a lot of legitimacy. Whole bunch of like NGOs like make a lot of eyes on it, make it as legitimate as possible, and then like whoever wins the election, that's going to give us an idea of what to do next.
Every libertarian knows there's no such thing as a free and fair election.
Okay,
there's obviously
yep. You're right. Regardless. It's the least of all evils, worse, better than the alternatives, et cetera, et cetera. And so what you would do is like how our negotiations go would really depend on that result. I do not think Maduro's party would win anywhere close to anything. But let's assume for the like argument's sake that in a free and fair election, for some fucking reason, his party did win.
Contradiction in terms.
Then let's say they did win. Well, then I think our plans are going to have to scale back dramatically, right? Because I don't think that it would be worthwhile to try to impose ourselves on a country that's just proven itself entirely unwilling. But which is what I think will happen is you're probably going to have the more Western aligned parties dominate and win in some kind of massive landslide and radically reshift the government. And then we go to that new government and we negotiate with them. We say, look, here are like what we want to happen, what we want to see happen. We want to see these international agreements abided by, these international judgments like abided by. We want to, et cetera, and then we go from there. I think that would work.
I totally agree with you, and I think that all of that is very reasonable. The one thing that I'm fucking horrified by is the one thing that Trump has said will happen, because he's been really murky about a lot of things. The one thing that he said will happen is that oil companies are going to be going in and pulling oil from Venezuela. How the fuck are we protecting these people? How the fuck, like, are we all like? Is Gibbs the only one in support of this? I need some
in support of what?
In support of oil companies.
U.S. soldiers on oil companies is what you're saying?
Yeah, well, so the specifics, I think there are ways to protect the Venezuelans outside of that. No, I don't think we should cynically go in and keep oil nationalized and occupy the government and steal the oil. No, I think we support a democratically elected government. It can be either Edmundo or the Machado lady.
Yeah.
And you allow them. They are either that we know, like it's not like we have to live in fairyland, like they're going to turn. They are either going to keep it nationalized but trade more with Western nations, more openly between Eastern and Western nations, or they're going to allow the oil industry to be privatized again. And those companies are clearly
they've already said they will.
I'm not talking about the oil after the election. I'm talking about the oil before the election when the U.S. companies are going to extract it.
No, we have to wait.
That's,
I'm in favor of. I'm in favor of waiting until the election happens before we do something like that. What your concern is what if if Trump moves to do that beforehand? I would be opposed to that, right? I just I don't know what we would do in that case because I want to see the election first. Everything hinges on that.
Or you default to the last election and you just give Edmundo the power, right? But I agree. There are issues with that because
Gibbs,
Machado
what do you advocate for? You're shaking your head.
It doesn't have institutional power.
He advocates for annexing it into America. That's what he. You know what he advocates for.
Institutional power. Machado does not have institutional power. Edmundo does, though.
Yeah, sure.
You're muted, Gibbs.
Anything else you want to say, Hunter, before we go on to Gibbs?
No, I also another question. Sorry, one last one. Which other despots are we going after? Because there's a lot. Is it?
Oh, I wanted to address this.
Yeah, is it only in our sphere of influence?
I have ideas.
No. Because I hear this objection a lot, which is like, well, we only seem to go after the despots that are within our geopolitical interest to go after. This is just true. This is totally fair. I think that anybody saying that we have purely selfless motives is a great power, whereas any country has purely selfless motives, I think is naive. But I don't think that there needs to be selfless motives. Kind of going to Jeb's point, I don't think there needs to be selfless motives for us to say, well, this is still justified and it's still good. But I
don't think that's what the question is. I don't think it's. I'm saying what's our not. Is it a selfish rationale? But what is the rationale? Like what specific?
Well, so here's the rationale
that we now use.
Yeah. So here's the metrics, right?
You're asking the wrong thing.
The number one metric.
You should be asking the Trump administration.
No, the number one metric is
is this really within our viable question in the debate? Is
this within our geopolitical self-interest? Right. I'm just what I believe how the U.S. operates and how every country operates. Is it within XYZ country's best interest? Is it in terms of just national security, I suppose? And then I think there's national economic interest. And then I think somewhere down the line, there's this concept of morality that comes in. Now, we tend to harp on the morality one because that sounds the best. I get it. But I think Jeb was actually pretty fucking spot on. So what, to some degree? The Jews, I don't think the Jews who are being liberated from the camps were saying well, why did you do that though? Do you really have the purest of intentions?
I understand that.
But no, they're free now. Did we free everybody?
Now.
Yeah, did we free everybody when we rescued the Jews? No, there was still plenty of oppressed people and dictators. It was awful. And in fact, we cooperated with a lot of dictators around that time. But that doesn't nullify that. It is still good to do good things.
Pretty big one we cooperated with.
Oh, for sure. And not just the communist ones, but also Franco and.
Hold on. But Lactoid, you guys objected to my comparisons previously, with Vietnam and Trump to Maduro, right? But then what you counter with is the Venezuelans are like the Jews in death camps.
So I use the Jews as a hyperbolic example to demonstrate my point, which is even though the U.S. only got involved for reasons entirely unrelated, it is still a good thing. There's still moral justification somewhere, as long as it is either an effect of or even some kind of far down motivation. Right? I think that still in itself can help justify it.
Let's But the point that I was making previously is that it matters what reasons you go in there for, right? So in this case, to use your point again, hyperbolic, right? The reasons why the Americans freed the German or the Jews from the death camps was because
they were German
they wanted
Jews,
the
usually.
the German
to be fair.
Yeah.
Polish.
It was because they wanted the credit for killing the Jews themselves, right?
What?
In that case,
No.
obviously it's not true.
It's a hypothetical.
Right? But
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Hypothetical.
All right.
Yes,
All right.
hypothetical.
I missed that at first too. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No worries. But like, if that was the case, that would affect the way they view it, right? Like, they get to live like an extra a few months, right? But still, in the end, they're going to die, right? Like, it matters the reason.
Of course it matters. Like, it changes the degree of good, or maybe even reverse it to bad in that particular case. Like, I'm never saying it's not relevant. I'm just saying that it seems to me that a lot of people will hang their hat on the idea of, well, unless the U.S. has purely selfless motivations, like the U.S. doesn't even have any ground. I'm not saying maybe you're doing this.
Not
right?
what I'm doing.
I don't think I'm doing that either.
Sure. But like the U.S. doesn't have any ground to stand on. I think we do. I think that you can be selfish and still help other people out, and like that, if as long as that's some kind of motivation you have, cool.
Look, I agree
that's not
with
a bad
you.
thing.
I'm mostly, to be clear, I am mostly anti-intervention, but not completely so. I'm not a pacifist, right? I've made that very clear. And that, like, I think it's okay that the U.S. can want something while doing something good. So I'm there with you as well, right? Sure. So we're that far, but like, in terms of how the people will view us, well, that actually, I think it matters to them why we're there, right? Like, if they feel like they're being robbed, people feel like they're being robbed, right? Yeah, that's a big deal. And remember, like, so like, there's a euphoria for Maduro be gone. Again, I'm giving you like the most grace, right? Let's go on your side. Let's say, assuming that the people want them gone, right? Like, absolutely 100% want them gone, right? Well, then at some point he's gone. And it's like, what does the rest of my life look like?
I already raised.
That's why the election is so important.
If the rest of your life, again, hypothetical, and I'm not saying this is going to happen, right? But if the rest, Corey went previously. If the rest of your life looks like being under like the American jackboot, right? Like, let's say like a Pinochet, right? Like, let's say like an awful dictatorship. Well, then at some point the euphoria disappears, and they're like, yeah, fuck these invaders, right? Like, all these things.
Pinochet was initially justified.
Well, and also that was a bad example because Pinochet, I'm pretty sure, like, lasted until he peacefully gave up power. I don't think he was actually.
I don't know why that would make a difference. But like, the point is that, like, it matters what the rest of their life looks like. Because we keep thinking tactically, what Hunter was talking about before. Yeah, what comes afterwards? So we're saying we're looking at polling. Well, we're barely looking at polling data from this very moment in time. But like, we may be looking at a conflict that goes on for years, or engagement anyway, that goes on for years.
Yeah, that's
right?
worst case.
What does that look like? What does that mean? How do we handle that? But
that's what I would like to talk about here.
Hey, I raised my hand first. Okay.
No, I've been waiting.
Yeah, but you talked the entire fucking time, Gibbs.
Yeah. That's not true at all. Wait, I've
had fucking time. The entire time.
Biased moderator.
We're going to Gibbs.
You piss him off, you get.
I was after Hunter anyway. I didn't have a chance to respond to anything. So I would like to answer. Obviously, my preferred thing would be, let's just fucking annex it. Now, do I think that's likely? No. So let's talk about what I think is likely to come next, right? I think it's interesting that right now in Congress, in the Senate and the House, we have two bills being pushed through. One by a Mike Lee and one by Congressman Burchett, right? And both of them are wanting to reintroduce, letters of marque. Now, if you don't know what letters of marque are, those are what we give to people that want to be buccaneers, aka we're reintroducing the age of piracy to the world. And I'm pretty excited because I think this is the first step to how we handle fucking Venezuela. We let Exxon and Philip Conoco go in there. And then we have the wonderful people that they hire there, the Venezuelan people. Yeah, hold on. We have them bring in their U.S. people to help train the Venezuelan workers to work for less money than they do, and then they exploit them. I mean, pay them a better wage than they're making under Maduro, which was jack shit. So we're going to do what they do whenever we hear Non-Fon, for example, talk about child labor. It's where he says it's good because these people do get paid, and it helps bring their nation out of poverty, and eventually they make enough money money that then they stop doing child labor. Now that sounds bad, but this is how
I've agreed with everything Gibbs has said so far. Like, let's bring back private piracy. Let's let the corpos handle this. A little child labor.
You let this happen,
when you're
guys.
starving.
It's going to get worse in a second too. And then what we do instead of the real problem right here is you have the socialist communist remnants of whatever Maduro's government that's probably going to be some guys. They're going to actually be a cartel. Then they're going to probably take their military training like the Zetas did and run off and create a group. Then we have the other groups that are cartels down there. Those are going to be the real threats to stability. Well, the way you handle that is this cool group. I don't know if you heard of them. Blackwater, but they don't exist no more. So we'll just make a new version and we can just hire those fuckers, or even better, we can give another U.S. ally that private contract, because we clearly, just like we've very clearly established, don't give a shit about what people do as the government if they're on our side. As example with Rwanda, where we gave them a trade deal where we rewarded them invading another country that they really had no legal right to, and now they own a third of the Congo, and now U.S. companies are exploiting minerals there. And why don't we just do what the UN has done, and we just hire a bunch of Rwandans, and they can come in there, and they can police the state for us, and then all we get is oil cheaper, the Venezuelans get jobs, and the cartels get killed by an African nation. And what do we get? Whoopings. We pointed out whoopings. We made money, and everybody's
honest.
Can we hand it to somebody who's like not
It's not that he's honest. Okay.
Everyone here is being honest. Okay.
Gibbs is just quick correction.
Very overt.
Quick thing. Quick thing, Gibbs.
Extreme. He's
quick thing,
extreme.
Gibbs. For the record, I just want to point out, Blackwater never went away. It just got purchased by
just
Z,
rebranded.
and then it got purchased, and now it's Constellus Holdings.
Sure.
When I say Gibbs is being honest, when I say Gibbs is
I'm saying we can hire Constellus.
It's the thing that he wants that's probably likely to kind of happen. Not so much annexation, but it's kind of just going. It's kind of going in and big dicking it, right? It's who's going to stop America if you attack us? Then you want to go to war. Well, I guess we get to conquer you at that point. It is. When I say honest, I mean
send in the MiG tanks.
Yeah, you and Lactoids like keep like pussyfooting around it. It's just like.
No, we're giving the real.
What have I pussyfooted around at all?
When you say this is legal, as in like,
I think it is.
Gibbs believes it's legal.
Yeah, what's legal? What's legal about it?
Hunter said I was schizophrenic for saying this. What if I'm schizophrenic? Why is Rwanda the leader now in Africa? They took all our French's military contracts.
They're not.
If I'm schizophrenic, why am I seeing a wolf in the corner of my room?
Jed, you're wrong.
Rwanda is not in charge in Africa. This is just a lie.
I always hear voices. I'm pretty sure I'm the expert on that. Okay, I don't think I'm.
This is the most untrue statement Jeb has said all night. He needs to go do some research. Rwanda took all of France's contracts. They've been vastly successful with their terrorism.
Gibbs knows this conflict.
They own the oil. I've got it like down. They own this. They're the biggest supplier of troops to the UN peacekeeping operations in Africa. Right? They're all over the place. Now, what I'm saying is,
hold on. Offensive military.
Hold on. What I'm saying is, whenever we look, why is it that we already have senators and congressmen putting forth letters of
Rwanda also is number one in
Mike Lee.
Rwanda is also number one in female engineers.
But hold on.
About that, progressives.
Do you think that he's doing this on his own? Obviously, somebody's put him up to it. It's probably his backers. I would say his lobbyists or Trump people. Same thing with whatever his name is. So these guys are pushing an agenda. Obviously, we want to open it up so we can have private corporations doing more.
A lot of these bills that go through are just a signal to their base. It's not because they're realistically trying to.
You think his base sits here and goes, "Oh yeah, when I wanted to vote for Mike Lee and Congressman Hutcherson or whatever his fucking name was, I was thinking, you know what? Let's bring back the age of piracy." That's why.
Hold on. Are either of them from coastal states? We need to know. Are they inland or coastal?
Mike Lee's my senator.
Tennessee is the other one. So no, Utah.
So both inland. Clearly, it's not for their voter base. Okay, because if it was for their voter base, they'd have to be a coastal region. There's no people wanting to do piracy in Utah.
I know this sounds schizophrenic, but like these things they keep saying keep coming true over time. So clearly, I have to tell you, it's just crazy.
I can't handle you saying how many times. Dude, just wait. I'm right about everything. And then there's
because it comes true every time.
It does.
It does. It's not.
Every time I say.
Let's go to Jeb.
Yeah, listen, hey, and because he passed it to me, I want everyone in chat to know I support Kai backstaging me, okay? He has the imperial mandate to take power on this platform. But anyway,
It's legal.
no, so
It's
this
a
is
private club with voluntary membership.
yes, and Kai does a good job. He's trying to facilitate, and I get it. And I am a rambler. But listen, the reason why people would rather, on the other side, would rather Gibbs ramble than me ramble is when I ramble, I am rambling in depth on one point, whereas Gibbs is rambling shallowly on 17,000 different points. And it creates one of those county fair shooting galleries that the liberals can shoot down because he didn't go in depth on any one point. Here's the issue. Venezuela is not like any of these other countries because there is no like massive like third party backed or popular mandate for the existing party. Once if there is even the slightest excuse to depose the existing party, there will be overwhelming support and lasting overwhelming support against that party. Why does it not matter that America has the wrong incentive? Gibbs made up a wild incentive, and a couple people did. America's incentive to join World War II was because Japan attacked Pearl Harbor. And yet we were still the good guys when we defeated the Germans, when we defeated the Japanese by nuking them twice. We were still the good guys in all of that. And the reason being is it doesn't necessarily matter. It can, the intention of the aggressing party only matters as it informs the continued action of that aggressing
Someone read
party.
their third grade social studies textbook and inherited that narrative real quick.
No, it's correct. So the reason
World War II, Pearl Harbor, 2 bombs. Good guys. All right, buddy.
Hey, Nagasaki, hold this L, bro.
Hold on, stop. I obviously have more sophisticated views on World War II that I can't break down in 10 seconds, but people don't want me to ramble, so I'm trying not to.
How base would have been if doing it anyways.
Around and find out.
No, I'm not. I'm talking.
What's he saying that's wrong?
Corey, he said he was trying not to. Just to be clear.
Just like I asked for myself to be able to finish. Let's let Jeb.
I went for like 35 seconds uninterrupted. So the reason why Prime Kai's hypothetical justification of the U.S., if we just wanted to be the ones that had the credit to kill all the Jews, the reason the intention matters in that case is not because intention matters. It's because intention only matters as far as continued action is predicted by the intention. If America only defeated the Germans because we wanted to be the ones that had the credit for killing the Jews, if that mattered, it only mattered because, well, if we defeated the Germans, the Jews would still die. The reason why the U.S.'s oil intention for Venezuela doesn't matter is because it predicts the same future action, which is a democratically elected government of Venezuela that will either privatize the oil or will be more open in their trade of the oil. Either way, it means the same desired end for Venezuelans, which is a neutral or Western-leaning government that will trade with the West and the East more equitably. And that's what the Venezuelans want, because what happened wasn't they got the oil nationalized and they were freed by Maduro, and now they're under the jackboot of the U.S. No, they were under the jackboot of Russia before when the oil got nationalized, and now they will be under the jackboot of the U.S., which just so happens to be okay with you trading with Russia and China as long as you also trade with the West, which leads to ubiquitously positive outcomes for all of Venezuelans. So, like, it doesn't matter the intention in this context.
So one, I think your formulation of this is incorrect. But before I get there, right, like, Maduro, and it's something I wanted to address a long time ago. Maduro like gave in. He like acquiesced like completely. Maduro said like, hey, like if you want to come in to develop our national oil interests, go ahead, right? I'm leaving the door open to all of you to do this, right? And all I ask, meaning Maduro, all he asks is to stay in power or to have some sort of like, easy exit or something. I don't know, right? But like he wanted to be in charge. That was his number one thing, right? If he could do all that while being in charge, he reached out to Trump on multiple occasions. He even talked about it on national TV. I'm reaching out, right? And he acquiesced the entire way. why did we invade any which way? Why did we take him?
Because he's still under the jackboot of China, who always has owned 65 to 80% of Venezuelan oil.
But he was asking to be under our jackboot. He was like, okay, go ahead. Like, and it's not as if the Venezuelans weren't trading previously with us. Like, the Venezuelans are open to doing business. If the oil industry
after China gets the cut.
That might be, I feel like I need to clip that. Right?
Sure.
The Venezuelans under Maduro, they're open to doing business. This socialist dictatorship that praises the nationalization of the oil industry and fucking the American companies out of their private property. They're open to doing business. They're so like, come on. It's such an absurd notion that like, yeah, sure. He said some things that like there person with
That's
a brain
what politicians
thinks.
Do. They have to send the thing.
But China's But China still has
So if Trump
65 to 80%
says something
of their oil.
If Trump says something that is good, are you going to go, oh, well, clearly Trump is on my side now?
No.
No, you're going to be like, Trump's lying because he's lying all the time.
Give him the opportunity. Hold on. If you're making an offer, right, and then we give you the opportunity to make good on that offer, and then you don't make good on an offer, we can safely say, yes, that was bullshit, right? But if you make an offer and then you deny the
they make an offer while like I'm not saying this is legitimate. I gotta preface this, right? But they're making that offer while going around the embargoes against Cuba while we're in those presumed negotiation phase, right?
Well,
so they're not allowed.
Why wouldn't they do that? Hold on, why wouldn't they do that?
Okay, but you can't say I'm making an offer to be under your jackboot while also directly defying you. That makes no sense.
But first of all, they need the money now, right? Not later. They need the money now, and Trump has given them no indication that he's going to actually start trade, right? So they're saying preemptively, stop trading with Cuba, stop getting the money that you clearly desperately need from Cuba or anywhere else, and for the hopes that at some point in time, an adversarial administration will work with you, or can we start the negotiations now? Can we have like a good faith back and forth, right? And do the thing where like you do something and then I do something. We build
this
trust.
This is cope, right? Like if Maduro was serious, he absolutely could have sent a diplomatic attaché or of some kind to the United States and said like, here's what we're willing to do. Here's a contract of things we're willing to let.
He was trying to call. I don't understand. Like he contacted the Trump administration. What difference does it make if he says? I don't know if he did send a diplomatic attaché. I can't say one or the other, right? But they reached out. If the president of the country is reaching out, I don't know how high level it becomes.
No, but
you're saying he railed in speeches and in public appearances and openly
he said
constantly
Trump literally
that he was against the evils of capitalism.
And he
did say that. Come and get me. I'm right here, coward. He literally said that.
That was later in the negotiations.
So technically he consented, by the way. He said to come get me.
He has domestic. It's true. He has domestic pressures, right? Their politics isn't all American politics, isn't all how America views them, right? He has a domestic pressure, a party, or for whatever it is, right, to answer to. Like him being in power is only by the consent of the powerful there and a portion of the people. So yeah, actually, he can't just be like, all of a sudden, I'm a capitalist, right? Like that would be the end.
He could have.
Hold on.
Like, this is just such a silly cope. No, Jeb, this isn't your panel. Right, this is silly cope.
I haven't had the majority of the talking time. To be clear here, it has been you and Kai.
Right, I'm responding. You're like, hold on. I'm better. Yeah. I got a better point here. Like, sure, go right after me. I don't care. Let fucking Prime decide. What I'm saying is this is silly. Okay, there are so many ways that he could have signaled, along with that he was actually interested in allowing American oil companies or some form of open trade negotiations. One of those would have just been any form of communication saying or any action to just follow the embargo, right? Like you can't you're saying, oh well, he needed the money. Oh, he doesn't actually have that power. He has to be beholden towards the power of the people there and the precarious regime there. Oh, and he's under the thumb of China, so he has no choice. Like Maduro's not an innocent victim that like wanted to talk to America's and wanted to work with the capitalists, but just couldn't, right? Like he didn't want to. He threw out some bullshit to muddy the waters in political discourse, and now you're carrying that very water for him right now.
Okay, Jeb.
Yeah, no. So my point isn't like that. It's sort of on a different plane. What you have to understand, Kai, is some of what Scott is saying, but also, yes, if a guy who's been under China BRICS essentially, but mainly China and Russia's jackboot for his entire regime, spitting in the face of America, is suddenly desperately saying, as he is starting to lose grip on popular support and power, I'll play ball with you, despite the fact that China has historically had 65 to 80% of his oil exports. Why do you trust him over, and this is the extra dimension, the popular support for basically anyone who would be more open with trading with the United States? The U.S. knows that if Maduro is deposed, the popular support is backing exclusively people who would rather have Venezuela overwhelmingly trade their oil with the West and the United States. Why do we need to take a guy's word who has been under the boot of China for his entire political career over just deposing him and allowing the natural democracy, without you having to expend a ton of political or military capital, voting in somebody who is just naturally on a trade?
So I guess the difference here between myself and, well, I'm not going to say for Scott. I'm going to leave Scott out of this for a second. But it seems like for you is that I'm actually an anti-imperialist, right? I don't think the U.S. has the ability, right, to solve its problems, to just go in and steal someone else's or kidnap someone else's.
Government doesn't have the ability to solve problems, huh?
No, I agree. Yeah, no, on that level.
Yeah. So just to say, like imagine what foreign policy looks like for a Denmark, right, where you don't have the ability to project force, right, and then you have to actually talk things out, right? Like we have the ability to do that, especially Maduro wanted to talk, right? Like to say that, like, why should we trust this individual? That's diplomacy. Right, we engage in diplomatic relations with lots of people of various amounts of trustworthiness, right? Various amounts of credibility, various amounts of ability to actually execute on their actions, right? Like this is the spectrum of diplomacy. That's what I'm saying that we should be engaging in diplomacy, especially since we already had massively the upper hand, right? Like removing the military component for a second, right? We still had a massive upper hand within these negotiations.
I get it.
Do that rather than intervene, right? Because I'm an anti-imperialist. But if you think like the state, right, has the ability, right, to just do all these things, well then of course, why even bother, right? Just go assassinate, right? In fact, why don't we just put a viceroy in charge and run things directly? Just do any of that.
Kai, what I'm saying is,
like, wipe them out.
I agree with you that ideally we would be operating on a diplomatic level without force and blah, 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 right? Maduro is an imperialist. Maduro only speaks the language of exercised power. And so I respect I agree. The state does not have the right to just exert power to get whatever they want. But we live in a world where they are doing that anyway. And Maduro is doing that. And he will not respond to when China is on one side of him saying, we will exert force to crush you if you don't support us. We cannot be Denmark in response, because we'll never out Denmark China, who will exert force.
Crush Venezuela? Like,
yes.
What was but what would that look like? You think it would be Chinese boots on the ground in Venezuela? That was
no. So China would no longer provide the financial backing of the Maduro regime he relied upon to steal the election.
Gives us the upper hand.
Yeah, but hold on. What we're talking about is a transition, though. Like I said, he was like inviting America's boot on his neck. He was inviting them to do that.
Yeah, because he realized that
the upper hand.
No, he
Well,
wasn't
give us more of
inviting
a
their
hand.
boot on his. Hold on. He wasn't inviting America's boot on his neck. He was inviting America to take a 20% share in his neck, of which China owned 80%. Because they had 80% of his oil exports. So it's like we could exert some power, but he was basically saying, fuck the Venezuelan people that I'm supposed to preside over.
You just said the Chinese would have pulled out.
Guys, so maybe you all can. This might be helpful. Maybe you guys can all just like lay out like what your vision, and we have a short amount of time. We'll see if we can do this, right? What your vision of foreign policy is, right? Like my vision of foreign policy doesn't include a world where everyone necessarily agrees with us or bends to our will immediately, right? That like there are going to be nations that have relations with adversaries, and that we just have to be okay with that. That like Venezuela, like in my world, right? Yeah, Venezuela might do a lot of business with Russia and China and Iran, right? That might be a thing, but also hopefully because we have open and productive relationships with them as well, with us too. Right, that we could actually do that to foster a good relationship while understanding that they're going to be sending oil shipments to people that we don't like. Like that, that's what my vision includes.
It's not just that though. It's that China is going to use force to ensure that the shipments to China are a vast majority of the oil exports of Venezuela.
So that has to happen sometimes.
No, stop. But if that has to happen, why does American force not have to happen? What I'm saying is you guys have a vastly Eastern-friendly view where when China exerts force, it's a neutral happenstance of situation.
No, that's not what we've been saying at all.
But America reciprocating is evil.
China did not go and kidnap a foreign ruler.
They didn't have to. He was already playing ball with them.
Yes, I know. Yes, he had friendly relations. And then you're saying because because they didn't, he didn't give us the best deal. Well, then that means we have the legitimacy to go and take him out. No, I reject that legitimacy.
Not the best deal.
But it seems like other people on this panel, they're okay with that. Hey, I mean, Gibbs is. I mean, I understand that. But
what I'm saying is, strip it all away.
I don't recognize Maduro as a legitimate leader. He
that also doesn't matter.
He's a criminal.
That also doesn't matter in terms of this, right? Like, we don't care about a legitimate leader, right?
I do.
But the U.S. government doesn't.
I think the U.S. government does care, not like as much as like other considerations. But again, I don't think it has to be the top one.
Is Zelensky a legitimate leader?
Oh, hold up.
No, but again, not as much as other considerations is what I just said.
Yes, he is.
Well,
no, he's not.
You brought up that we have to do business. No. You brought up we have to do. Some countries are going to do business with like our adversaries, right? And like I know that jokingly people have been calling this like the Don Road Doctrine, right? Or, which is an ode to the Monroe Doctrine.
Some people have been calling it. Trump said. Some people have been.
Some people have. I don't know who sports those. Yeah, he's quoting Becky Lynch or whatever. Anyway, so when I'm sitting here going, oh, I can see why he would not want like our adversaries like in this hemisphere, because like I guess like the way I look at things going forward, I think the Erbo has failed, but two, I think that it's kind of starting to like line up, right? And we have BRICS stand in. I know it's not exactly BRICS because India's kind of wishy-washy, but it's basically China, North Korea, Russia, Venezuela, Cuba, and then a few other minor powers. They're all getting on one side, and then we have the rest of the people on the other, and then we have Europe looking out for themselves, America looking out for themselves now. And I'm kind of thinking, like going forward, it's going to become more strict. Like if you're in the Western Hemisphere, you're not doing business with these countries. And I think it's actually the opposite of what you said, Prime, where these countries, we don't have to be okay with them doing business because we are the superpower. And like, I know you're saying that's not legitimate, but I'm saying
I've been saying for a long time.
I know you.
I know y'all know that I just been saying this, but I don't think there's any legitimacy to international law whenever we have the ICC is not recognized by the U.S. and we literally have the Hague Act where we'll send. Let's ignore the international law at all.
Let's ignore the international law bit for a second.
Okay.
So let's do a yes or no thing, and hopefully this is quick, right? Like do people support the common understanding of the Monroe Document, right? Like, and that like the U.S. like has control over the Western Hemisphere. That is their sphere of influence, right? And then so has the right to do operations like this to continue that control. Now, I know it's a lot more complicated, it's more complex. That's why I'm saying the common understanding of the Monroe Doctrine, right? So, yes or no? Do you support that? Galactic, we're going to go down the line.
I've got a more complicated answer, but sort of.
Sorry. Let me give you. I'll give you.
I can do it in one sentence.
Okay.
So
one long run-on sentence.
One long run-on sentence, exactly.
A Scott sentence. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe a paragraph. I do think the United States has a justified interest, like security interest, in making sure all the countries in the Western Hemisphere don't pose a threat to it. I don't think that should mean that the U.S. gets to like dictate terms and completely control all countries in the Western Hemisphere, like on their personal lives, economic, etc.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Please.
I tacitly, in the most soft way possible, support the original intent behind the Monroe Doctrine, but not what people mean when they say the Monroe Doctrine. If you actually understand the Monroe Doctrine, it's not even what you just said, right? Like the Monroe Doctrine is an agreement that we will not allow Europe to colonize in the Americas, and we won't be involved in European wars. That this is kind of our sphere of influence as the dominant partner in this region to avoid conflict and to localize powers.
Yes, I agreed. Again, I'm trying to get the simplified version that everyone's talking about, but fair enough. Let's go to our friend Corey.
Well, the way you framed it, Prime, I lean towards no.
Okay, thank you. A Hunter?
I believe you're muted.
You're a muted, friend.
Sorry. I'm going to say largely no.
Largely no? And you want to add anything else? You can if you like.
I don't know. It's not great what we do in a lot of Latin American countries, but I do think that we are pretty reasonable. I don't know. I'm gonna say largely no.
Okay. We know you've been very clear, Gibbs. Let's go to Ali.
I think a lot of people see it that way, but no, we shouldn't be that way.
Okay. And then please, Jeb.
Yeah, so I might have a biased interpretation of what the general America's view on the Monroe Doctrine is, but I think if you go to Latin America, as far as they understand it, they're overwhelmingly supportive, but I have overwhelmingly been informed by Dominican Republic, who is very pro-America, so that might be my thing. But generally, Latin America, yes. If you ask them, are Europeans going to have a say in what we do, or is the United States going to have a say in what we do, and would we rather be more like Europe or the U.S., they ubiquitously say the U.S.
No, independently from what they may
word
feel,
of the
like,
day.
what do you feel? So is that how you feel, Jeb? That
yeah. Oh, well, yeah, of course. But I'm biased because I'm in the U.S. Obviously, Europe is a bunch of fucking loser cucks who believe in socialism, and the U.S. is the closest thing to freedom anyone in the world will ever get. And so everyone should be more like the U.S.
Ever?
And so it seems like to me, though, we have 3 libertarians on panel. It seems like once again, Scott is the only real one. I was just going to say it. That Scott says no. Again, as I described the Monroe Doctrine very specifically, right? He says no.
I have a question for the no's. I have a question for the people who said no. Would you guys tolerate China making some deal with Mexico to put their military assets on our border?
No.
On your border? No.
I feel like the border is a very big distinction here.
Yeah.
Because putting military assets on a border is like an act of aggression.
Yeah. So what if it's
no. I'm not talking about right on the border. I'm saying would you guys be okay with Mexico or Canada? Let's go with our neighbors first. Signing some treaty with China to where China's going to flood them. It's going to flood them with weapons, and they're going to align militarily. Are you guys going to tolerate that? Because I'm not. There's no way.
Isn't Canada aligned with UK or Europe or whatever?
Both Canada and Mexico are aligned with us.
I guarantee I'm the most extreme here. right?
boy.
And in fact, you've already heard this opinion from me previously, right? And that I'm saying that a lot of our adversaries, they deserve nukes to protect them from
but you said
from American aggression.
Well, you said Israeli aggression last time. Are you including America now?
Israel as an extension of American aggression, absolutely.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So
Jesus Christ.
hold on, and I'm actually serious about this.
And y'all thought I had the
we all-
I
see- we all believe you.
Like I said, I'm extreme. Fair enough, right? In terms of American politics, anyway. This maybe not so extreme in terms of around the world how other people think, right? Because
no, it's pretty extreme worldwide to think that we should give
more cosmopolitan
dictatorships nukes. Like that's
hold on. I have a more.
Aren't you in favor of nukes for everybody, Scott? Like,
exactly.
No,
what do you mean?
You would think with your steel trap memory, you wouldn't straw man me.
Okay, well then, what is your position on nukes then? As in, your next door neighbor can or cannot have nukes?
I've gone into great
those
detail
are American
on
citizens
this
to be able to have
before,
nukes,
right?
not other countries.
No, I've gone into great detail on this.
God doesn't
before,
believe in countries.
that states having nukes is obviously different than private ownership. A, and that B, having a nuclear weapon requires an extreme degree of assurances to those around you that you would not use said nuclear weapon. Because it's essentially the same as pointing a gun.
I alter my position, right? I am for
Elon Musk. I'd be pro Elon Musk owning nukes.
Large conglomerate powers, right, within these various countries, right, within Iran, having nukes, right? Not the state. Christ. Just some large conglomerate to do that. Okay, right? And with all the insurances that Scott wants. But in any case,
then they would cease to be Iran.
What I'm saying is here that it's perfectly fair. It's perfectly fair if the U.S. is going to engage in encirclement, which is what we're doing to China right now, right? Like putting assets in the Philippines, in Japan, in Korea, and anywhere else we can possibly fit them, Australia, right? Putting assets there to encircle them and threaten China, it would make sense that they would be able to do something similar. Right?
They do.
And if they did that,
but what if
they absolutely have done that?
And last
they tried that with Venezuela.
Last sentence. And if they did that with the intent of negotiating a pullback of our forces, then I think that's pretty fair. Actually, yes.
They haven't.
Other people
they've done it. They've done it to attempt to try and be the world superpower. They go into African coastal areas all the time,
South China
and use like brutal means to be able to build like docks and things like that.
I agree.
To try and expand their naval power.
Hold on, Prime.
The CCP. There's not a pro CCP argument.
So I'm just saying they do that. Like you're already describing reality as if it's an if.
Hold on. There's another question we have to ask here with the Prime. So you're sitting in Prime, you're saying, okay, if China wants to encircle us the way we're encircling China, well, part of the reason why we're encircling China is because those countries ask us to be there. The Philippines asking us to be there. Japan asking us to be there. Taiwan, whether you think they're a country or not, they're asking us to be there. Like, are you saying those countries now don't have the right to ask for the most powerful country in the world to come put their base there and defend them? Like encircle China.
I think. Sorry.
It's weird to hear Gibbs like wake up from his coma and say like a cogent point.
Sorry, I mean these are all the cogent points. You just got to follow.
With the exception of Taiwan, right? The exception of them, the countries that I named are all former either U.S. territories or sites of like U.S. military engagement. Where like we say, oh yeah, they want us to be there, but first of all, our troops were there previously.
Why do they want us to be there?
Out. Hold on, Vietnam's kicked all their troops out, right? And they've now asked us for military assistance in some areas against China. Like this is a different situation. Yeah, I guess they fell in your criteria, but they are military, but they're not our friends, right? And now they're asking for like maybe potentially military weapons, maybe join this alliance with the Philippines and Korea. Like so, like are you with someone like them who's been an adversary for even now? They're still kind of adversarial.
Right. So. They can ask to. I'll just be more direct with my answer. Sure, they can ask to have this there, right? And that's fair. Well, then in that case, Mexico should be able to ask to have China to be there, right? Like, why not? Like, why? So I'm sorry, I'm not going to be like an American nationalist, American imperialist, and saying we have the ability to do all these awful things to everyone else, and they just have to accept it. No, actually, why does Russia have to accept nukes pointing at them from Eastern or Western Europe?
Because it's your worldview angle, right?
Because we're better than them.
And then
we're better than them.
When they put missiles in Cuba, Like,
But Prime, I guess what I don't understand is
No,
what's the end goal?
Hunter, why are you
I've been
against
very,
Venezuela then?
I've been very consistently and like
Why am
very
I
consistent in
against
recognizing
Venezuela?
that, Prime.
Venezuela, like what happened?
I know you have.
But
Yeah.
But Prime, I guess my question is,
but there's a difference between like a descriptive and a prescriptive here, right? The descriptive is these nations are going to operate in their interests when it comes to like security arrangements, and this is why Russia acts this way, and this is why China acts this way, and this is why India, Pakistan, all these countries, this is why they operate this way. But it's a whole nother, I think, concept to say, well, like who should come out ahead, and by what means should you come out ahead? Obviously, if you come at it like there's certain costs associated with coming out ahead that are like prohibitive, both in terms of human lives and like material costs as well. But I mean, Prime, to some extent, like even if you don't buy the American nationalism part, you're going to have more loyalty to America than like China, right? Just based on the fact that we are better in a lot of ways.
I guess my question is, Prime, what is your
He's in
end
a
goal?
very Chinese part of his life. Like,
No, well, the reason why I'm asking is like, Prime, what is your end goal here, right? Like,
I got
like
that
with my end
reference.
goal, obviously my end goal is annex the world, America, world government, everybody in America, right? That's obviously mine. But like with yours, I feel like you're an idealist. You talk about all these things you want for all these people. You want their best lives, and so it confuses me when you say, "Oh, you're not a pacifist," and then you turn around and go, "Oh, well, I want these other countries that are adversaries to have nukes." Well, okay, well, if you want everybody to have all these wonderful things, that doesn't mean give it to China and Russia, because those people are less likely to provide those things. Then so you're slowing down all the people getting the things that you want by letting these countries be as strong adversaries.
I don't know if that's what I'm doing at all. I think that. So what I want is for people to be able to live their lives defended and unmolested by foreign powers in their military and militarism, right? I don't want them to have their resources stolen. I want them to be able to take advantage of their resources, to be able to democratically decide what they should do within their own territory without having to worry about a bigger, stronger opponent coming to them and destroying them, right? Like, and I think that this feeling of this desire for Americans to do exactly that is only because they are assured, right, of themselves that the world won't do that to us, that we will always be in the top dog position, that we will be the ones able to export the violence, and the violence will never be imported. I don't believe that'll be the case. I think that one day, I think there's I think that
what happened last time they tried, baby?
I think that empires fall all the time, all throughout history. This empire will fall too, right? I would like us to leave a legacy that isn't a mass exploitation and of wild violence, because they're going to do the exact same thing to us.
But wait, our legacy is.
So I would like to answer the question that you posed, Lactoid. So the answer is if China, right? If China is importing weapons into, let's say, Mexico, let's say not directly on the border as like an obvious means of like, invasion, but as like some type of security agreement. This is a socialist nation that steals resources from the world, attempting to expand its influence and power to expand that socialism, that evil, that death and destruction that is China. And no one in the CCP has a legitimate right to life, right? If you're a CCP official, you are a criminal that should probably or ought be killed at any moment by anyone. I'm not saying that you should go out and engage in terrorism, because that wouldn't necessarily make libertarianism
a socialist, by the way. Back to
I think any status, all of you included, have given up on your right to life until you denounce your socialism. I don't think it's a prudent tactic. I don't think it's a prudent tactic. Yes, I don't think it's a prudent tactic. I don't think it's a prudent tactic for anyone to engage in killing you, because it would just harm my ideology in the end. But I do think that you don't have a justification until you.
I'll be one of the last ones to go, right? I mean, I'll be at the end.
I mean, if libertarian ideology had all the power, you would already just be an ANCAP, not by any means of force. You would just look and see how successful and amazing it is, and you would, and then someone would come up to you and say, "Hey, man, you're a fucking status. Like, I'm gonna steal your shit unless you denounce it." And then you're like, "That town over there is doing a lot better than me. Yeah, fuck it, I'll denounce that shit." You make a good point. But anyways, saying all of that, what I'm saying is this, which is if a Chinese corporate executive grabs his money and runs away and starts Blackwater or Constellus, private enterprise and breaks away from the CCP, and it just so happens to be some Chinese dude that creates a giant military militia in Mexico, and it's all privatized. Not only would I say that's not bad, I would say that is a means of moving the world to a better place, and we should all sit and clap and support said action. It's not the concept of guns or of military technology by another country. It is about the means by which those weapons are garnered and the ideology that comes from that, and the power and exerted control by nations having their security interests essentially controlled by one of the most evil regimes with significant power in the world today.
Just to be clear, I would also have a problem. I'm glad we're on board with China. It'd be bad. I would also, if a PMC, or I mean, you could maybe even make this argument that this is sort of what the cartels are. I'm sure you have some argument as to why cartels are like they're engaging in some kind of aggression.
Criminals.
Yeah, criminals
for all the crimes they engage in.
Yeah, but like I would.
But what are laws really?
But
if
like
not authority by the state.
I'm not a legal positivist. I believe in natural law.
My concern is like, I look, bro. I don't want to get invaded. Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no,
call me selfish. I don't want. Sure, but like. I really don't want to get invaded, and you know the biggest difference. Here's the biggest difference. No, I'm going to tell you the biggest difference between me and them.
Half the country agrees with the invasion.
My vote counts. My vote counts. Their vote doesn't count. All right, that's really what matters here.
Think about the situation, right, that I described by changing the difference from the CCP providing these weapons to, like, say, a former Chinese, corporation. Moving money through like shell corporations until they could escape China, and then being a private property based military organization in Mexico. What would have to happen? What would have to change in order for that to occur isn't just that individual and that company, but it would also have to occur that that Mexico becomes open to the concept of privatizing their security. Like, what would have to happen is that Mexico itself would have to do one of two things. Either they would have to have a philosophical shift towards laissez-faire capitalism in the extreme degree, or B, there would have to be a private company that set up something, and they're not going to invade America, right? They're a threat to Mexico and protecting their own private property rights. And so in both of those scenarios, we're not likely to be invaded. What is most likely to happen, either A, Mexico becomes far more capitalist and far more liberty-loving, or B, Mexico ends up in some war with some former Chinese billionaire in their own country, and it is based upon one entity that is maximally private property-based, liberty-minded individuals versus the socialist fucking Mexican government.
Yeah,
so, in both circumstances, it's better for us.
Sure, if you work the hypothetical so that they are, like, whatever power is, like, gaining influence there is like not a threat to.
I'm not working the hypothetical. I'm saying there's a meaningful distinction between a country like the CCP doing it versus private property.
But like to cut
it's not
like,
the weapons themselves. It's what the weapons combined with the CCP.
Sure. What I'm trying to like cut to is that like if whatever organization you're referring to doesn't pose a threat to America, then okay. Right. But I think that it is perfectly rational for, as a citizen of a republic, to want to, for your first national security concern should be, hey, are our neighbors posing a threat to us? Like, are our immediate neighbors posing a threat to us? I think this is the first thing, right, that comes to my mind.
And those other countries should have that ability as well to have those concerns. And to exercise.
I mean, they're going to. They're going to have those concerns. But you agreed before, Prime. You agreed we're better than them. Didn't you agree with that before? Like, we got a better constitution, we got all the First Amendment, the gay rights shit. I mean, we're awesome, right?
But our lives aren't worth more than them. Our lives are not worth more than
But
that.
our governance is, and the country is the governance
but our
structure.
lives aren't worth. But in the end, what we're talking about is trading their lives for our perceived sense of safety. And most of the times, it's not even safety. This something I actually rejected right previously, but I didn't get a chance to talk about it. This idea that like it was a national security issue, right? Because we so many things as we've seen over the past 20 fucking years, right, have been adopted by the national security state. Oh, it's a national security issue, and so we have to do this. We have to do all the same things we were doing previously, but now it all falls under national security. It just has to be done. There's no choice. Oh, what if there's a mushroom cloud in Manhattan, right? Like eventually I'll get you there. Eventually you'll be talking about like we have to protect ourselves from Venezuela. What happens if they get a nuke? So like
that would be terrifying if Venezuela got a nuke.
Yeah, it would
Maduro
be,
had a nuke.
And it would be terrifying in the way. It'd be terrifying in the way as
Unless he was
know
rich
that
enough, then it would be
a
chill.
major military power is pointing weapons at them. So look, last thing, because we've run out of time. So,
well, not to the Venezuelans.
Hold on.
Just to Maduro.
So I want to allow people to leave, and you guys, you can yell
right,
me.
Fair
Later.
enough.
I'll stick around if you want to yell me some more. Right?
I'm actually gonna get out when we do outros.
Sure.
Love you though.
Sure.
Me too.
My problem with all of this. My problem with all this is that I think that America is
you're
so
a filthy
cavalier.
socialist.
Sure.
Sorry.
But also, I think Americans are so cavalier about military veterism, about imperialism, because Americans don't actually know the fear of war. They don't actually understand it. They haven't seen, right? They haven't seen a military invasion on their land. They don't know what it is to run from your home as enemy lines advance onto your city, right? They don't know what it actually means to be a refugee from military conflict. They don't know what it means to have a rape being used as a weapon of war. They don't know what it means to have their cities bombed.
Americans
right?
are not Venezuelans under the Maduro regime who experienced all of those things.
Agreed. Yeah. Americans they don't know that terror in the end. They don't have any of that. And so once again,
but the ones in America, in Florida that do are celebrating that Maduro was kidnapped.
Yes, I know. Yes, the dissidents are celebrating. So it's weird for me to explain this to especially libertarians, right? This idea of being skeptical of state power here. But apparently the ones that except
I've been skeptical the whole fucking time.
Scott, I already made an exception for you. I love you, friend.
Oh, okay.
He says he only
an exception
though.
for the real libertarian. Notice this. No, hold on, pause. I'm gonna take this moment. I'm gonna own it. Notice how you go. It's weird that I have to explain how state power and intervention might be problematic to the libertarians, and you go, well, except for the guy that actually claims libertarianism. Right? No. I know you said that before. What I'm saying is point that out.
What's your fucking point?
My point is this, is that even Prime understands that there's a problem in the individual calling themselves a libertarian, but then not understanding the problematic nature of state intervention and state power.
Well, it's because lots of attention.
Wait, is that right, Prime? Like, I can't understand how somebody might be a libertarian and like be okay with there being roads and police. Like, I just can't wrap my head around it. Like, it's state power. Like, what the fuck? You have to be all the way, or you nothing. That's just,
I can understand it fully. It's just a contradiction.
There are two legitimate ideologies: Stalinism and fucking out in the woods with a loincloth. There is no in between. You can't. Anything there is inconsistent. Just right.
Stalinism and anarcho-preventism are both bullshit, dog shit ideologies. There's one anarcho-capitalism.
Let's let these fine individuals off. Thank you so much for being here, guys and gals. If you enjoyed this conversation, right? If you loved it, hated it, was annoyed by me or anyone else here, right? But it made you feel something. Consider following the channel on the various platforms: YouTube, Twitch, Kick, our TikTok. Which I will post 2 videos eventually, right? I promised on Corey's ancestors. Eventually, I've done a lot of things with Corey's ancestors. They're pretty cool. That I will eventually post there, but like it's there, right? Anyway,
his ancestors, huh? You talking about his Chinese ancestors?
His Chinese ancestors.
Huh? Is that what you're fucking saying?
I specifically said that at the start of this.
Forfeit their lives.
Oh, the only
To be fair, that's like there's not that many countries that give a fuck about their ancestors' beliefs other than the Chinese are still kind of care.
Let's thank. But anyway, I want to thank all my guests here. You guys are fantastic. I'm gonna give you an outro. I'll start with the bottom. Okay, all right. It's a punishment to Lactoid here. But Jeb Tan, thank you for being here. Much appreciated, and we would like to have you again in the future.
Yeah, listen, guys. If you agree with me, hate Prime Kai. No, I'm kidding. Support him. It's his platform for entertainment. And if I ramble, he's got to put me backstage so that we can keep going. But anyway, my issue with this conversation is I understand if you like hyper isolate any like certain individual factors, you can really villainize America going deep on those hyper individual criticisms. If you look at the totality, Maduro is gone. The possible downsides are there is a war in which Maduro's supporters win. And that's it. But if we didn't intervene, that's already the reality. Maduro was already stealing their democracy and beating the populace in a war in which his supporters won. If you look at the other side, they become a puppet state of the U.S. Not good, but better than what was there before. More than likely, they end up in the power of someone like Edmundo, who won the election last time, and they become a democratically elected government that is more friendly to the U.S. by virtue of this, and maybe even feels as if they owe something to the U.S., which, fair enough, they shouldn't. But in a vacuum, that's bad relative to what they had before is good, right? We let people trade with China and Russia and us. The other way around, not so much. So the overwhelming number of Doctor Strange projected futures say that this is probably going to turn out positively for the population of Venezuela. I get that, I would hope that American presidents in the future don't have the power to do this stuff without congressional approval. Unfortunately, as of Bush and Obama, they do. If you get it done in 1 or 2 days, you're good. So, as of the status quo, I think this was the best case scenario for Venezuelans. I hope in the future, the United States requires more checks and balances for executive power. Unfortunately, for right now, they don't. So, I'm happy with this outcome because in terms of the reality we live in, it's the best for Venezuelans. Otherwise, I agree with Scott and Lactoid that we should probably curb the power of the executive and all that. Otherwise, this is good.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah, I think it's easy right now to say that this was good for the Venezuelans, right? Dictator was down. That's it. That's all we see, especially like as Americans. That's all we're going to see. But to Jeb's point, it's not the worst thing that can happen that war happens and Maduro's party wins again. It's just that war happens, right? It's that we go in and we try to defend the oil, and someone kills a soldier, and now we have to deal with that. We have to deal with we're not talking about any of the unintended repercussions and like dealing with those things. We kind of dodged all those because on paper this is just great. The Venezuelans are happy. There isn't a dictator. We're America. We're the biggest and the baddest, so nothing can go wrong. But that's been proven wrong enough times. It's not so much that we're the bad guy, right? We could be the great guy. We could be the best superhero on earth, but if we fuck up and we fumble the bag every so often that we do it, I mean, how good of a guy can you be?
Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Gibbs.
Yeah, so the reason why Americans don't have this fear of war that Prime is talking about is really twofold. It's one, we're really fucking good at it. We hand out ass whippings. That's what we do. We're just better. Like there's the fact that we're just bigger than everybody else. I had a buddy that got back from the first Iraq War, and he was like on average they're like 5'6", 5'7", 160. The average American is like 5'9", 5'10. Okay. Yeah, 180. And he's like, I killed more people with my helmet than I did with my gun in Fallujah because you'd go door to door and you would take off. They would jump you and you would have a fist fight. I'd take off my helmet, I'd smash him in the head 50 times, and that's a benefit. So one, not only are we better militarily, technology, we're bigger, we're better. We win the Olympics. We're just better overall. America, fuck yeah. Secondly, when I'm sitting here looking at this shit,
I'm not buying the cocaine sales, all this other stuff. Like, it's not gone down. In fact, I think we should legalize cocaine. I'll get on board my libertarian buddies. We should legalize this shit. Pure cocaine doesn't fuck up your nose. Like, it's when they stomp it down. If we actually had some safeguards regulating the purity of this shit, great. Then again, I say that and I worry because I think that'll cause cocaine prices to go up. And they haven't gone down since the 80s. And, there's one sure thing that's good against inflation. It's not gold, it's Coke. So I got a lot of concerns. But my final thoughts here, I mean, I wish we would stop pretending we're something we're not. Libertarianism, that sounds great. Y'all should all convert to Gibbsism. We should all just be honest and say what we want. And then since we're the superpower, we get what we want. And if they don't like it, they can just become part of us or they can keep taking losses. And that's what's going to keep happening because, God damn it, it's amazing. China had a delegation there, and 6 hours later, we went in there and took the president that they were talking to about sending fucking weapons to. Yeah, that's just sending a message. If we sent an ambassador to a country and China went and took that president out right after we met with him, I think I would take some notes if I was Xi because he's going to be his ass will be next if he keeps acting up.
Okay,
I don't care if they got nukes. I'm just saying. Yeah, listen. What are they going to do? Are they going to nuke us while we hold Xi hostage in Washington? No, they're going to go, oh, shit, our president's there. We're a bunch of little bitches. I'm just saying, I think that I'm excited for the future. I can't wait for the new American Empire.
They actually might nuke Xi because then they'll be rid of him.
Yeah,
someone else gets to be in power. That might be a possibility.
I agree.
Thank you for that.
Whole new meaning, honeypotting.
Thanks for that spirited defense of American violence, Gibbs. Much appreciated, friend. Hunter, love to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a lot more cautious than Gibbs is. Clearly, I'm all for curbing the power of the executive. I'm glad that we can all sort of get together and say that Congress has been castrated. But I feel like we're on a narrow pathway right now, and that the winds are blowing. And unless we're really, really, really fucking careful, which I don't think we will be, we're gonna veer off to the side, and we're gonna go to oblivion. I think that it's extremely likely that we just invoked like a 5-year war and a number of different other foreign policy casualties that we're gonna feel the ramifications for a decade, and that fucking sucks because I feel like we were leaning towards a more soft power approach. We were leaning towards, just funding PBS in Saudi Arabia instead of fucking bombing them. And I guess, call me a cuck, Gibbs, but I think I prefer that approach. You can follow me.
He will call you cuck.
No, I know he will. And I'll call him retarded, and it's going to be a little back and forth. It's going to be great. You can follow me it's Hunter Kozak on TikTok, Twitter, etc. All the platforms, you know them.
Thank you so
Thanks
much
for having me.
Yeah, absolutely, Hunter. And we'd love to hear. You were surprisingly quiet today. I want to hear more from you, friend. But hopefully we can have you in the future. Seriously, we love what you have to say. Let's go to our friend Corey.
I pretty much just echo more or less the exact same sentiment that Hunter just went through, and a sentiment that he mentioned earlier in terms of I'm happy to be proven wrong in terms of it. If it turns out well for the Venezuelan people, then great. But as of now, I don't think the complexities of the situation are fully being appreciated. But yeah, and I guess one last thing to Jeb. I believe at some point you mentioned that United States is the most freest country in the world. It's the best. So then I've extended this challenge to Lacto, and I believe so far he's failed. So I challenge you sometime like next week, if you're on the panel, you will open a Kinder Surprise right on stream. Okay, I'm sure you'll be able to do that, right? Challenge accepted.
100%.
100%. Okay, you want to put money on it?
I do. I think this is. Yes. I think this is like there are so many futures in which this ends better for Venezuela.
Wait, that's not my question.
What about the Kinder Supreme?
Kinder Surprise.
It's a Kinder Egg.
Sorry.
Do you know what a Kinder Egg is?
I do, but they're illegal where I'm from. I'm in California. You're not allowed to have
they're illegal in America.
In the United States.
Okay, that's what I thought, but okay.
Well, hold on. So are lawn darts. I have those. What's that supposed to mean? Just kidding.
But yeah, no, like Kinder Eggs are illegal here, okay? Because they're unsafe.
I'll take you up on your challenge. So long as you also unbox your unregistered firearm at the same time.
I don't know that. I don't know.
Look, I'll complete the challenge as long as you give me 3 weeks for delivery. Okay.
What? 3 weeks.
He
of
knows
work.
No, I
so.
can't.
3
I
weeks for
literally
delivery.
cannot get
Oh,
a
okay.
Kinder
Oh,
Surprise
okay.
egg in my state.
So I will go to our friend Scott, and hopefully Scott can help us out because I know he's had a past, right? Could you confirm or deny this idea that pure Coke doesn't damage the nose?
Yeah, that's wild. By the way.
Yeah, I
well,
have no idea.
So
Could you tell
You're
us?
snorting any crystal.
So the
That
answer
is my
is Gibbs is exaggerating a truth, which is, very Trumpian of him, which is that the majority of the damage that is done from snorting cocaine is from impurities and things that are cut in it. That doesn't mean that if you just snort pure Colombian cocaine all the fucking time, your nose is going to be fucking fine. That's not true. But he is correct that a majority of the damage that is done is like the opening.
They cut
Like,
it with.
there is an opening of blood vessels, right? Like in your nostrils, like you are going to get sinus problems. You'll potentially get sinus infections that'll do damage as well, right? Anytime you snort shit in your nose, it's not supposed to be there. You can cause damage, like even just from snorting anything. But he is kind of right that most Coke is cut because of the
They have a
black market
solution for
nature.
Get this nasal spray. That'll get rid of the sinus infections. It's called saline. It's wonderful. Sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it doesn't always work. Neti Pot works pretty good too, for anybody snorting drugs or that has a sinus infection.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't snort drugs,
Dual
but I did
use.
have chronic sinusitis as a kid, and neti pots are a miracle.
They also make the fancy ones where you put them in there, go through all the way
It
through.
pumps, yeah, it'll pump actively,
Yeah.
so you don't have to
Liquid's
like turn
melting on
over
the
and let
inside
gravity
over
do
the
its
drugs.
job. So, anyways,
Okay, well that's not that much.
for my closing,
Don't do drugs, kids.
it was something I brought up. Nobody really kind of talked about it. I do think that it is a very interesting change in affairs, which is the testing of the JY-27Vs and the stealth radar systems by the Chinese utterly failing. I do think that, and the fact that there is experimental drone technology that we have that obviously we use in Caracas, but nobody was been briefed publicly about what it was that we used, right? Like, we know about our drone defense systems, such as like Thor modular units that can like move in a couple hours and be positioned anywhere and be built by two people, and they can take out any drone. They can do the EMP nets, or they can do the targeting. But whatever the fuck was used there, like, nobody's really talking about it, which I find kind of weird. Is that, like, we definitely used some new technology that nobody has been briefed on, right? Like, I haven't heard anybody look at the patents and see if there's some shit that's patented. Usually the Navy has weird patents. Maybe somebody will find something there. But I do think that does change things in the theater when China's best equipment is field tested and fails miserably. Like, I think that changes the way that military leaders and generals in South America are going to view whether or not they're willing to engage with the Trump administration or America, or whether or not they feel safe, getting imported weapons from China. That's still, I think that changes things. I just don't know for better or worse. In terms of what we're looking for in the future, I still have the same opinion that I started with, unfortunately, which is that I do think that we are engaged in what is likely to be horrific regime change actions by the state, but that I don't think we're going to get a repeat of Iraq and Afghanistan and Libya, because I do think, I know Hunter had said that, the Trump had kind of bailed on many of those soft power things, but at the same time, CISA, right, the Cyber Information Security Act, was signed by Trump, and he had no idea what was in it. That's what kind of the justification for the entire Twitter files and so many things we learned from that. Trump ordered troop withdrawal from Syria, and his generals just ignored him, and they all laughed about it on CNN, and nobody went to jail, and nobody's going to jail now. I think people vastly overestimate how much power the president himself actually has, as opposed to the State Department and the intelligence communities and people that are allowed to do things in secret, and black sites and NGOs that are working in combination with the state.
Yes.
Sorry, I was just like hearing typing and I got distracted for a second. It's fine.
Bobby Gibbs.
And so I think it was Hunter this time. It's fine.
It was me. I keep.
I have been muted every time I got
it was probably Gibbs. No, I stand by my
It's
statement.
fair enough. Lastly, I'll say one super hardcore libertarian thing here at the end, which is the one good thing that I think might have come out of it beyond the fact that Maduro is a subhuman, and whatever happens to him. I don't care, what the American criminal organization does to a subhuman criminal, is that we have absolutely proven without a doubt that a small, well-armed force that is mobile can go into a country, take out a dictator, kill 40 to 80 people, and immediately be removed. So I don't ever want to hear ever again this concept that private insurance and private military contractors under a libertarian system just could never match to the might of like large standing armies of hundreds of thousands and trillions of dollars, because the American government has proven with a few pieces of superior technology and a small, well-trained organization, you can straight up topple a country in a few hours.
The American what? The American
what?
Oh, the government. The American government.
I know. I'm sorry.
Do you think you owned with that, waiting for me to finish to go? Ooh, government.
I'm sorry, friend. I don't want to engage in conversation. I know my friend Latchwood wants to leave, right? But come on, like that military is backed by a massive logistics network, right? Of a major power that has bases spread around the world, allowing it to project.
We didn't need those bases around the world to topple Venezuela. We didn't need a standing army of 100,000 people to topple Venezuela.
We have aircraft carriers. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. I'll just leave it alone. I apologize.
I'm just saying we didn't need a long war with standing armies.
Oh my God!
Prime, you're right.
Small force toppled Venezuela in a few hours.
We need private super carriers. That's what you're right.
100%, brother.
Let's go to our good friend Lagtoid. And thank you so much, man.
Yeah, I think that this was legal. I think that the President Trump acted within his constitutional authority, as confirmed by centuries of precedent, all the way back to the founding fathers, as confirmed by implications of War Powers Act, and I think that it's difficult to criticize what is such a effective action unless you try to point to these other things, right? Because 3 hours, right? It's crazy. 3 hours, dictator gone. So overall, I'm leaning towards it being a good thing. If you liked what I had to say tonight, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
I appreciate you all. I actually didn't spend that time looking for a person to raid. I do apologize.
Do you ever?
I do actually. No. I've been good recently. I've been good. I usually,
you haven't been good all year.
True. That's last
that is true. But I immediately found. I talked to this person at some point in time. The Wild Latina, right? I've talked to this person. In any case,
yeah, she's a fun one.
Yeah, I'll send the crew over there, right? If Scott will stay, yeah, I did have a doctor. If Scott will stay for a little bit, I just want to yell at him just for a little bit, just
for a second.
Just for a second. Okay. But I sent everyone out.
Stuff to do tomorrow.
Thanks so much, everyone. Yeah. Dismissed. So okay, cool. Scott.
Bye,
Scott.
I want to watch Scott get yelled at real quick.
Yeah, just for a second, buddy, because I actually have something to do too. But like, come on, the U.S. military, right? Mm-hmm. Like the most complex and powerful and large, and by large I mean like geographically spread out military in the world. Like it's weird to say that yes, this military force like was mobile, right, and tiny, and well equipped by a major military power, right? Like that like to isolate that part, just like the men and the women and the copters that were involved, and separate that from the machine behind it all, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying like I'm a direct descendant. I don't know if I've told you this before, of General Winfield Scott, right? Also known as Old Fuss and Feathers, who lost an election to
Fuss and feathers.
lost an election for presidency for president, running as a Whig candidate. He also essentially invented the Transportation Corps during the Mexican-American War. And yeah, like there's a whole system of logistics that go into, getting defects so that soldiers can eat,
It's
having
one of the
soldiers
greatest logistic
trained
machines in the world, right? Like second to Amazon, maybe,
Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah. What I'm saying is not that the U.S. military isn't a huge organization and that there isn't a lot of backing and a lot of money and a lot of things behind it. What I'm saying is that there is often this claim that like a small organization in terms of manpower could never, engage in military action because you have to have 100,000
a bigger
troops.
army than their
And
army
this,
to actually do
right,
it. Okay.
right. And what I'm saying is, in this instance, what we have seen is quote unquote, a 3-hour war where a highly elite trained force. Now, granted, there's a lot of backing behind the military itself, but it is absolutely been proven that you can topple a government with, yes, expensive technology and yes, things, but you don't need a protracted war. You don't need a campaign. It has absolutely been true that you can go in, hit them hard, kidnap the leader of that country, throw him on a helicopter, get him out, and say, hey, guess what? Fuck you, your regime's over. Well, that is a true thing. Now, to be fair, if let's say there was only, that small force, maybe Venezuela would be like, okay, well, fucking the vice president got sworn in. We're not scared of you anymore. But also, it could also be the vice versa, which is it happened to the last guy, then maybe they can do it again, right? So what I'm saying is superior technology in a small force can absolutely end a war with minimal casualties very quickly, and you don't need a massive, large standing army. And so the argument is a libertarian society that operates with insurance companies where a specific company is taking contracts from a bunch of people doesn't need 100,000 people to solve a problem for a town.
I grant you this only with the caveat that obviously depends on what the tactical goal is. If the tactical goal is to kidnap a person and exfiltrate, then yes, a small military force can do exactly that. If it was to remove a military force from an area, right? Things get a lot more complicated, right? The point wasn't to defeat the Venezuelan army, right?
For sure.
Yeah. So
for sure. But I mean, like, but presuming there's like, half the world is 1,000 Liechtensteins, and then the other half of the world are nation states. And like China decides one day, we're going to invade because you guys don't have this big America anymore with this large standing army. All you have is a couple of competing firms, right? That operate off of insurance contracts. So you don't have, you don't have this giant army. It's like, I don't necessarily need to meet your army in your Navy, and duke it out ship to ship, when we've proven that what we can do with superior technology is roll up in your fucking capital in the middle of the night into your fucking stealth systems and kidnap your fucking president and their family and extract them and say, how about you remove your fucking Navy or we kill your president?
So, okay, one last question. And understand when I'm saying this, I'm not trying to straw man anarchism, right? I'm not trying to make a statement about it, right? I'm just curious as to what your thoughts are on if you've played Cyberpunk, was it 2077?
Yeah, I've beaten it.
Yeah. Okay. Do you understand the lore behind that? Right. Not the larger lore of the board game, but like of the.
I understand the larger lore of the board game as well.
Oh, okay. Well, excuse me. Excuse me. Right.
I've played it once.
Okay. So then, the only question that I have there is that, do you look at that as a better world? I'm not saying that's exactly anarchism. I'm being very clear here, right? But like that's a better world with a vastly weakened state and like corporations, like
the corporation
taking the forefront
so in that world, right? The corporations have essentially become states.
Mm-hmm.
Without a doubt, right? Like Arasaka being the big bad of
Mm-hmm.
Cyberpunk 2077, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is a state essentially, right? I mean, like one of the things that happens, for example, is like I mean, like that world has so many other factors, right? Like you notice there's no boats in 2077 hardly, and that's because like they made AI mines to protect the coast, and then they got out of the black wall. And so mines literally are just like, in order to protect the coast, we'll get rid of all ships. So the sea mines are actually like the paperclip problem is what the sea mines are. And like that was like one of the badass things, like when he arrives by boat is like actually kind of a big deal because that's like essentially impossible, except you know, so like Arasaka is like killing people, engaging corporate espionage. I mean, like the game starts off, if you start as an Arasaka employee, it starts off with someone from Arasaka assassinating someone, a governmental leader, at the fucking meeting, right? Like they are essentially a global state, along with Militech, along with Net. Oh my God, what's the
Netwatch or something like that?
Yeah, Netwatch, right? Like they're all engaged in statist behavior to an extreme degree. So it's like, no, I mean, like it's an example of corporate fascism. It's not an example of like libertarianism in action in any way. I mean, the most libertarian people in that society would be like the Caldellos, right, in the game, or like those people.
Yeah. You mean the nomads and the yeah, okay. But and again, like doing it cautiously, not strawmanning you, right? But like the corporations, that's private property. It's owned by the Arasakas, right? Like, is that better? Like, it's I understand, like you just said, they are essentially functioning as a state, but it's private. So does that make it inherently better? Like, even a little bit in your spectrum?
I mean, it's like kind of the difference between like, I mean, like not dealing with this specifically, but obviously there's that famous book by Hans Hermann Hoppe, Democracy, the God That Failed. It's like one of the few ANCAP pieces of literature that broke containment that like a lot of right wingers and believe. And like his entire argument is, look, anarcho-capitalism is what we want, but monarchy is technically better. And the reason monarchy is technically better is because you have an individual that is a private property owner who cares about his private property and wants to pass his nation on to his children. So even when there are bad leaders, they still tend to preserve and protect their property because they view it as
they're
their
not
property.
mentally ill.
Right. And even when that occurs, like they often usually get killed very quickly. History shows that like when a king is really, really bad, they end up getting murked pretty quickly. And so the argument is that under democracy, specifically liberal democracy, as he calls it, right? Constitutional monarchies, constitutional republics. What occurs is that all of the people there are there to enrich themselves, right? Like you look at like Nancy Pelosi or Elon Omar, right? Like she was worth 66,000 like in 2019, and now she's worth like 130 million. It's like they don't actually care.
Omar? Okay, sorry, you'll have to wait.
Oh no, sorry. I think it was 34 million was the new number.
You mean Nancy Pelosi?
No, I mean Elon Omar. She increased her net worth from 2019 to today by 66,676%. Right? She's a multi-millionaire now on a salary of 174. Her husband her husband does a lot of day trading, and her husband is one of the many congressmen that beat out Warren Buffett, which is like the greatest, trader of all time.
Okay, well then,
beat
yes,
out by a bunch of
that sounds like Nancy Pelosi business. Yeah. Okay.
Same difference, right?
I agree. I agree with you.
There's what's his name? Eye Patch Man is one of those people too, I believe. Yeah, who's also a World Economic Forum young leader. Just throwing that out there. But yeah, so like Well, fuck. What was I saying? I got lost on the Elon Omar thing.
Well,
Right. So as far as like cyberpunk is concerned, like I think that it is likely that that is better than the alternative in the most slightest way, because Arasaka, is treating his company as a long-term investment and is likely doing, the least aggressive acts by his fucked up ideology. At the very least, he's trying to preserve his company, preserve his land in some way. So
and also
maybe
his
it's
life,
better
and
than
fuck
what
his
would have
children.
occurred.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I'm just
Yeah.
saying, like in that
No,
world,
I'm not.
the
I'm not
alternative
accusing
of
you.
like
Yeah.
maintaining the liberal democracies with
Yeah.
rogue AI breaking out of the black wall and the wars, I would say that the governments probably would have done a worse job. But like that's still a dystopia that is like severely anti-capitalistic.
Okay. Well, that's all I wanted. Thank you for answering my questions. Yeah, I'll see you guys later. Oh, and Sinners then? Are we set on Sinners or maybe something else? You can still change your mind.
Yeah, I mean, like I didn't know. I maybe I like misread your prompt or whatever. Like
you put it through AI and summarized it and then actually read the whole thing. That's okay. Yeah.
No, I was sick. It's just what it was.
No
I was really sick, so like I read it and I kind of like halfway, you know what I mean? I skimmed it.
Okay.
I think
Yeah,
because I wasn't feeling very good, but I was still a cool idea, so I wanted to respond. I just misunderstood it because I didn't read it in depth like I should have. Give me a couple days and see if I can find something that like everybody on the right is calling woke.
Okay.
And then see if I can find something good that everybody on the right is calling woke, and then we'll schedule something. I think it'll be fun.
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah. All right, friend. Thanks so much. Have a good one, guys.
Have a good night, guys.
Peace.